Part 1. An analysis of the truth. Benedictory verses 14. In response to the great and befitting penance, tapas, performed by the ocean-girdled Mother Earth, the nameless and formless Supreme Brahman itself took the glorious name and form of Sri Ramana Sadguru. May those spotlessly pure feet, Sat-Chit, existence consciousness, be in our hearts.
Michael James. The tapas performed by Mother Earth is a poetic way of referring to the intense longing for truth of many matured aspirants on earth. This longing naturally brings forth the Supreme in the form of a Sadguru, such as Sri Ramana.
15. Self, that pure Brahman which is itself the monosyllable, shining as the heart of all beings and things, is the excellent and sweet benediction to this collection of the Guru's sayings, which removes the delusion of ignorant ones.
Sadhu Om. It is worth referring here to one stray verse of Sri Bhagavan Ramana. One syllable shines forever in the heart as self. Who can write it down? The one syllable mentioned in both cases is I, aham, or self, which is unwritable, being beyond thought, word, or expression.
16. The experience of our own existence, which is the supreme reality, jnana itself, shines as the mystic silence, and is the true self behind the fictitious first-person I. May that absolute supreme self, known as the feet, be upon our heads. 17. For those who turn within, the perfect asset is the grace of Guru Ramana, whose true form is the sleepless sleep, Turiya. It is the sweet fruit whose juice is the supremely pure bliss that creates in the aspirant an ever-increasing taste, free from aversion, and it is the beautiful lamp which without need of kindling leads one to the heart.
Sadhu Om. Grace is here shown to be the same as Turiya, the true form of Guru Ramana, which shines eternally as I, the self-luminous heart, and is therefore called the lamp which needs no kindling. There are two possible translations of the next verse.
18a. My master Sri Ramana has taken possession of me, destroying the miseries caused by my inattention to self. His beauty is his oneness with jnana, and his true form lies beyond both attachment and detachment. His feet are the perfect example of all precepts of the truth. 18p. My master, Sri Ramana, has taken possession of me, destroying the miseries caused by my inattention to self. Though he has the beauty of jnana and renunciation, his true form lies beyond both attachment and detachment, and his feet are the perfect example of all precepts of the truth. Chapter 1. The Truth or Reality of the World. 19. As cause alone is seen as its effect, and since consciousness, Brahman, which is the cause, is as clearly true as an amalaka fruit on one's palm, this vast universe, its effect, which is described in the scriptures as mere names and forms, may also be called true.
Sadhu Om. Brahman has 5 aspects: Sat Chit Ananda Namarupa, i.e., being, awareness, bliss, name, and form. The first 3 aspects are real, being eternally self-shining, whereas name and form are unreal aspects, since they merely seem to exist, depending upon the illumination of Satchitananda. If, however, one sees the cause, Satchitananda, which is real, one may say, ignoring the apparent names and forms, that this universe is also real.
20. When viewed from the standpoint of the eternally self-existent cause, even the 3, 7, or 21 worlds will appear to be real. But when one sees only the names and forms of the world as real, then even Brahman, their cause, will appear to be absolutely non-existent or void, sunya.
Michael James. The 3, 7, and 21 worlds occur in different, traditional, cosmological classifications.
21. For the sake of those ignorant ones who take the world which appears before them as real and enjoyable, it became necessary for the scriptures to say that it is God's creation. But for those who have obtained unobstructed knowledge of self, the world is seen merely as a bondage-causing mental imagination. 22. This world of empty names and forms, which are the imagination of the five senses and an appearance in the pure Supreme Self, should be understood to be the mysterious play of Maya, the mind, which rises as if real from self, Sat Chit.
Michael James, the origin of Maya, meaning that which is not, is unknown. It appears functioning in man as mind, and is inferred in God through his actions, sustenance, and dissolution of this whole universe. It ends on being seen to be non-existent, when the truth is known. The seer, known as mind or I, and the seen, known as the world, rise and set simultaneously in self. If self sees itself through itself, it is self. If it sees itself through the mind or seer, it appears as the world or seen.
23. The realized who do not know anything as being other than self, which is absolute consciousness, will not say that the world, which has no existence in the view of the Supreme Brahman, is real.
Michael James. The Tamil word Iravan is usually understood as meaning God, the Lord of this world. And as Bhagavan has elsewhere explained, the trinity of soul, world, and their Lord will always appear to coexist in Maya. And thus the apparent world does exist in the view of its apparent Lord, God. Therefore, on seeing this verse, Bhagavan remarked, "Who said that there is no world in God's view?" But when the author, Sri Muruganar, explained that he had used the word in the sense of the Supreme Brahman, Sri Bhagavan accepted this meaning and approved the verse.
O man, like a parrot waiting expectantly for the silk cotton fruit to ripen, you persist in your sufferings, believing this world appearance to be real and enjoyable. If the world is real simply because it appears to your senses, then a mirage would be water.
Michael James. The fruit of a silk cotton tree always remains green, not turning color even after ripening. The parrot, meanwhile, waits expectantly, hoping to eat it when it changes color, but is finally disappointed when it bursts, scattering its hairy seeds.
25. Forgetting self, which gives you, the seer, light to see, and being confused, do not run after this appearance, the world which you see. The appearance will disappear and is hence not real, but self, the source of you, the seer, can never disappear. So, know that that alone is real. 26. Is the word real befitting to this world, which is seen only by the illusory and changeful mind, but not by self, the source of mind?
Michael James. As self knows itself alone to be, any imagination such as this world is entirely non-existent to it, and thus is never seen by it.
27. Fear not on seeing this empty world, which appears as a dream in the sleep of self-forgetfulness. This imaginary and bondage-causing world picture, projected on the background of the dark, dense mind, will not stand in the light of supreme knowledge, Sat Chit Ananda. 28. O aspirants who hide yourselves away, fearing this world, nothing such as a world exists. Fearing this false world which appears to exist is like fearing the false snake which appears in a rope. 29. This world is only seen without doubts in the waking and dream states where thoughts have risen and are at play. Can it be seen in sleep where not even a single thought rises? Thoughts alone, therefore, are the substratum of this world. 30. If it is thus said that this world is a mere play of thoughts, Why, even when the mind is quiet, does the world seen like a dream suddenly appear in front of us? That is due to the stored momentum of past imaginations. 31. Just as the spider emits the thread of its web out from its own mouth and again withdraws it back, so the mind projects the world out from itself and again absorbs it back within. 32. When the mind passes through the brain and the five senses, the names and forms of this world are projected out from within. When the mind abides in the heart, they return and lie buried there. 33. This world full of differences of names and forms will remain as the undifferentiated Brahman when these are removed. The ignorant one masks the Supreme with imaginary names and forms and, being thereby self-deluded, sees him as the world. 34. The deceptive I am the body idea alone makes the world, which is an appearance of names and forms, seem real, and thereby it at once binds itself with desires for the world. 35. Since this world of dyads and triads appears only in the mind, like the illusory ring of fire formed in darkness by whirling the single point of a glowing rope end, it is false, and it does not exist in the clear sight of self. 36. O worldly-minded man who is unable to understand the wise reasoning and the teachings of sages about the supreme knowledge, if properly scrutinized, this big universe of delusion is seen to be nothing but the elusive play of the vasanas, mental tendencies within you. 37. Like the illusory yellow seen by a jaundiced eye, the whole world that you see before you is the product of your own mind, which is full of deceptive vices such as desire, anger, lust, and so on. In reality, however, it is a plenitude of pure jnana. 38. Just as yellow fades away in the sunlight, the appearance of this world disappears in the light of self-knowledge, and therefore it cannot be a creation of the supreme self. It is merely like the beautiful color designs which appear on a peacock's plumage. That is to say, it is only the reflection of the vasanas within you.
Michael James, yellow in South India refers to turmeric, whose stain fades away in sunlight. Beautiful color designs, which are not seen on each individual peacock feather, appear on its plumage, due to the combination and positioning of many feathers.
39. This world is a mere illusion seen in the deluded objective sight of the ego, which is simply the I am the body idea. In the sight of self-knowledge, however, it is as false as the apparent blueness in the sky. 40. How does this false and villainous vast world that cheats and ravages the minds of all people except the wise come into existence? Because of no reason other than our own mistake in falling away from, instead of clinging to, self-attention. 41. This life, an illusion based upon our likes and dislikes, is an empty dream which appears as if real during the sleep of ignorance, but which is found to be false when one wakes up into self-knowledge. 42. When the mind is least in pure, supreme self-consciousness, all the powers which seem to function through the mind, such as icheha, willpower, kriya, the power of action, and jnana, the power of knowing, will cease, being found to be imaginary. 43. The projected picture of this world of triads is a play of Chitparashakti, i.e., the power or reflected light of self-consciousness, on the screen of supreme consciousness. 44. The appearance of this illusory world, which is seen as real, is just like the serpent seen in a rope, the thief seen in a tree stump, or the water seen in a mirage. 45. The various ornaments fashioned out of gold are not different from the gold, and similarly, This world of moving and unmoving things manifested out of self cannot be other than self. 46. Self is hidden when the world appears, but when self shines forth, the world will disappear. Being different in nature, like the apparent dog seen in the stone, both cannot be seen together.
Sadhu Om and Michael James. The nature of self, the true aspect of Brahman, is not these names and forms, whereas the nature of the world, the false aspect of Brahman, is not Sat Chit Ananda. So both cannot be seen simultaneously.
47. This world which appears, concealing self, is a mere dream. But when concealed by self, it remains as none other than self. 48. This whole world of triads which deludes us, seeming to be an undisputable reality, is only the form of the supreme power, Chit Shakti, which abides eternally as none other than the Supreme Self. 49. As the fire shines hidden within the smoke, the light of knowledge shines hidden within the names and forms of this world. When the mind is made clear by supreme grace, the nature of the world is found to be real as self, and it will appear no more as the illusory names and forms. 50. For those who never lose the true knowledge of self, which is the base of all sense knowledge, the world also is nothing other than self-knowledge. But how can an ordinary man, who has not gained self-knowledge, understand the statement of sages who, seeing through jnana, say that the world is real? 51. Those who have given up worldly, i.e., sense, knowledge and attachment to it, and who have destroyed the evil force of mind, i.e., Maya, thus gaining supreme self-consciousness, alone can know the correct meaning of the statement, the world is real. 52. If one's outlook is changed into jnana, divine wisdom, seen through that, the entire universe consisting of the 5 elements such as ether and so on, will be found to be real, being the supreme knowledge itself. Thus, you should see. 53. If one's outlook is changed into jnana, seen through that, this same world, seen previously as a hell of misery, will be found to be a heaven of bliss. 54. As per the saying, the seen cannot differ from the seeing eyes. The jnani, whose eye, i.e., outlook, has become Sat Chit Ananda due to the cessation of all mental activities, sees this world also as Sat Chit Ananda. 55. The appearance of this world, like the illusory appearance of a dream, is merely mental, and its truth can therefore be known correctly only by the supreme consciousness that transcends Maya, the mind. 56. O foolish, illusory mind, deluded by seeing the daily dream which is nothing but your mind's own nature, if you discern the true nature of your own self, which is Sat Chit Ananda, can this world be anything other than that? 57. This empty world, bewildering with multiplicity, is, in its original state, unbroken uniform bliss, just as the multicolored peacock is, in its original state, the single-colored yellow egg yolk. Abide as self, and know this truth. 58. Those who have attained their aim jnana do not see this world as a multitude of differences, since the multiple differences of this world are a sportive play of Chit Shakti, the one whole. 59. For the jnani, who, free from the I am the body idea, is established in self, this world shines as his own self-knowledge, and therefore it is wrong for us to see it as something different, i.e., as multiple names and forms. 60. By turning selfward, you destroy your delusion, this world. What then remains as this is void is known by you, the self. So, to destroy this apparent void also, drown it in the ocean of self-knowledge. 61. If you abide in the heart as Sat Chit, I am, by which the whole universe exists and shines, then this world will also become one with you, losing its false, frightening dualities. 62. He who knows this world appearance to be his own form, supreme consciousness, experiences the same consciousness even through his five senses. Chapter 2. The Unreality of the World. 63. Some assert, this world before our eyes, though not permanent, is real enough. We deny it, saying, permanence is one of the marks of reality. 64. Some people argue, though divided, this world we see cannot be devoid of reality. We refute them, saying, wholeness is also a mark of reality.
Sadhu Om, eternal, unchanging, and self-shining. These, Sri Bhagavan Ramana used to declare, are the three essential factors of reality.
65. Because the nature of reality is whole, self-radiant existence, transcending time and space, Jnanis will never deem as real this world, which is destroyed by time's wheel. 66. The one supreme bliss, Sadasivam, i.e. self, is alone approved by Jnanis to be the whole reality. This world, seen as full of miseries and defects, is known only by the mind, which is unreal and divided with differences. 67. It is the result of the delusion, I am the limited body, that the world, which is nothing but consciousness, is known as a second entity, separate from consciousness. 68. Will that which is perceived by the senses of this unreal body be real or unreal? O mind, worried and wearied by worldly ways, consider this thoroughly now and reply. 69. Whatever is seen by the ego, who, having fallen from the true state of self and having been buried deep in dark ignorance, takes the body as I, is not at all real and is simply non-existent. 70. Though the appearance of the world seems to be very real and attractive, it can only appear in Chittam, which is Chittabhasa, the reflection of self-consciousness. In pure self-consciousness, however, it is non-existent.
Michael James. Just as a cinema picture can be seen clearly only in a limited light on a dark background, and will fade away in the bright sunlight, so also the world appearance can be seen clearly only in the limited light of the mind, and will disappear in the light of pure self-consciousness. The limited consciousness of the mind is a mere reflection of self-consciousness, conditioned as Chittam, the store of tendencies which acts like the roll of film in the cinema analogy. See also verse 244, where this idea is further explained and clarified.
Chapter 3. The Allurement of the World. 71. Just as the goat's beard wanders and wags for nothing, people roam about merrily but in vain, doing karmas for the fulfillment of their worldly desires, while despising the disciplines, followed by aspirants, which lead to eternal moksha in self. Ah, what a pitiable spectacle is the condition of these worldly people. 72. Longing for a tiny grain of pleasure, people toil so hard using the mind to plow the field of the five senses. But they never wish for the flood of bliss, which is the fruit that comes by plowing the heart, the source of the mind, with simple self-attention. Ah, what a wonder. 73. The moon-like jiva, the mind, ever wedded to the sun-like self, should always remain in her home, the heart, to forsake the bliss of self and go astray for worldly pleasures, is like the madness of a wife who spoils her precious chastity. 74. Only when the world's allurement is lost will true liberation be possible, and its allurement cannot be lost unless it is found to be unreal. Hence, to try to foist reality upon this world is to be just like an infatuated lover who tries to foist chastity upon a prostitute.
Sadhu Om. A lover foists chastity upon a prostitute only because of his infatuation with her. And similarly, some schools of thought argue and try to insist upon the world's reality, only because of their immense desire for the enjoyment of this world. Therefore, liberation, which is the fruit of desirelessness, is absolutely impossible for them. Refer also to verse 635.
Chapter 4. The Aridity of the World. 75. Only for the mad folk who are deluded, mistaking this fictitious world as a fact and not for the Jnani, is there anything to revel in except Brahman, which is consciousness. 76. Will those who are rooted in the knowledge of truth stray to worldly ways? Is it not the base and weak nature of animals that descends to the sensual pleasures of this unreal world? 77. If you ask, what is the benefit of sacrificing the innumerable sensual pleasures and retaining mere consciousness? We reply that the fruit of jnana is the eternal and unbroken experience of the bliss of self.
Sadhu Om. Any experience of worldly pleasure is small and interrupted, whereas the bliss of self attained through jnana is eternal and unbroken, and is therefore the greatest benefit.
78. Truly, there is not the least happiness in any single worldly objects, so how then is the foolish mind deluded into thinking that happiness comes from them? 79. Fools are now so proud and happy of the wealth and pleasure of this world, which may at any time abandon them in disappointment and distress. 80. Suffering from the heat of the threefold desires, all living beings wander in the empty and arid desert of this dream world, which is created by the whirl of past tendencies. The shade of the Bodhi tree which can completely cool this heat is only self, which shines as Turiya, the fourth state.
Michael James. The threefold desires are for women, wealth, and fame.
Chapter 5. Playing one's role in the world. 81. Realizing the truth of self within your heart and ever abiding as the supreme, act according to the human role which you have taken in this world, as if you taste its pleasures and pains. 82. It is not right for the wise one to behave improperly, even though he has known all that is to be known and attained all that is to be attained. Therefore, observe the code of conduct which is befitting to your outward mode of life.
The last line refers to religions, caste, and so on.
Chapter 6. Vivarta Siddhanta, the doctrine of simultaneous creation. 83. From his condescending opening words, because we see the world, it is to be understood that the great master, Bhagavan Sri Ramana, who gives the most practical assistance to aspirants, sets aside all other doctrines and teaches that only the doctrine of Vivarta is suitable to be taken as true.
Sadhu Om. Because we see the world are the first words of verse 1 of Uladu Narpadu, Bhagavan's 40-verse poem on the nature of reality. Though his experience of the truth can only be adequately expressed by the doctrine of Ajata, Bhagavan Sri Ramana uses only the doctrine of Vivarta for his teachings. Assuming a cause and its effect, religions generally teach that God has created individual souls and the world. Some teach the doctrine of Dvaita, duality, which postulates that all these three, God, souls, and the world, will eternally remain separate. Others teach the doctrine of Vishishtadvaita, qualified non-duality, which postulates that though duality now prevails, the souls and the world will at some later time merge into union with God. Others again teach the doctrine of Advaita, non-duality, which postulates that even now, though they seem to be separate, these three are in truth mere appearances and are none other than the one reality. And many other doctrines are also taught by various religions. Aspirants may be graded into 4 levels of maturity: dull, manda; medium, madhyama; ripe, tievra; and fully ripe, ati tievra. Those of the first 2 grades will readily accept the doctrine of Dvaita, or Vishishtadvaita. The doctrine of Vivartha is recommended to explain the standpoint of Advaita, i.e., to explain how the world appearance, its seer, and the seer's knowledge of the appearance all come into existence simultaneously, unconditioned by cause and effect. However, since this accepts the appearance of the world, souls, and God, it is only a working hypothesis to help aspirants. The doctrine of Ajata, on the other hand, never accepts even the appearance of this trinity, but proclaims that the one self-shining reality alone exists eternally and without modification. Ajata is therefore the highest of all doctrines, and it is only suitable for the fully ripened aspirants. Bhagavan Sri Ramana therefore comes down condescendingly, and, setting aside Ajata and the 2 lower doctrines, he advocates through his 40 verses on reality the doctrine of Vivartha, which is suitable for the ripe aspirants who have no faith in the lower doctrines, yet do not have the maturity to grasp the highest, Ajata.
All that is perceived by the mind was already within the heart. Know that all perceptions are a reproduction of past tendencies now being projected outside through the 5 senses. Self itself is seen, due to Maya, appearing as the many names and forms of this universe, but it does not act as the cause or the doer, creating, sustaining, and destroying this universe. Do not ask, why does self, as if confused, not know the truth that it is itself which is seen as the world? If instead you inquire, to whom does this confusion occur, it will be discovered that no such confusion ever existed for self.
Sadhu Om. Through self-inquiry, the confused doubter, who is the ego, will lose his identity and be drowned in self. It will then be discovered that neither ignorance nor confusion ever existed for self, but only for the non-existent ego.
Self appearing as the world is just like a rope seeing itself as a snake, just as the snake is, on scrutiny, found to be ever non-existent, so is the world found to be ever non-existent, even as an appearance. In fact, is it not a single deluded thought that creates the snake, which, though appearing to be separate, is truly not other than that thought itself, in a rope, and that then sustains this snake as the cause of its own misery, and that will finally destroy this snake by obtaining a clear knowledge of its own true nature.
Sadhu Om, it is thus concluded there that it is not self but ignorance, due to non-inquiry, which is the real cause of the creation, sustenance, and dissolution of the world. Refer also to verse 91.
The seed and its sprout seem to cooperate, each being in turn the cause of the other, and yet each effect also destroys its cause. In fact, the effect is not really produced by the cause, since both are produced only by the imagination of the ignorant mind. If the rope were itself a sentient being, would any other being be needed for it to be seen as a snake? Similarly, as self is existence consciousness, the world is merely a destruction of this single consciousness. Has self changed its nature of still being into that of motion, or how else has this world come into existence? Self has never undergone change or movement. This world seems to exist solely because of ignorance, which is itself false.
Michael James. This same idea continues to be illustrated and developed in the following 8 verses.
When, in the view of the one indivisible space, even the pot has no separate existence, is it not foolish to say that the space inside the pot moves with the movements of the pot? Similarly, when, in the plenitude of self-consciousness, body and world cannot even exist, being non-self and incomplete, it is ridiculous to say that self moves because of the movements of the mutable body and world. Though self, which is ever still because of its wholeness, seems to move with the movements of the unsteady mirror, the mind. It is never the real self that moves, but only its reflection, the mind. If it is asked, how did the delusive upadis, attributes such as mind, intellect, chittam, etc., appear to arise for the Supreme Self, which is one without a second? It must be replied that they are seen to arise only in the view of the ignorant jiva, and that in reality no attribute has ever arisen for self. Thus, you should know.
Sadhu Om. There is no experience of the upadis in jnana, and therefore they appear only to the ignorant and never to the jnani. Having heard this, the ignorant still ask the jnani how their wrong outlook has come into being, but they should understand that a jnani can never admit that upadis exist for self, and that it is therefore the responsibility of the ignorant to discover for themselves how and for whom the upadis appear. Thus, Bhagavan often used to counter-question his devotees and say,
You claim that upadis have come into being and are real, and so you alone must find out what they are, and how, from where, and to whom they appear. This illustrates why the doctrine of vivartha, simultaneous creation, is suited to the questioner's point of view, which only admits ajata, i.e. non-creation. The note to verse 83 may also be referred to here. A spark of fire can fly out only for a fireball of limited size, and it could not do so from a fire which is unlimited and all-pervading. Similarly, it is impossible for jivas and the world to arise as tiny separate entities, and this, from the Supreme Self, which is the unlimited whole.
Sadhu Om. This means that the world, God and jivas, appear only in the view of the jiva, who is a false reflection of self, and that, in the supreme viewpoint of self, there is no creation at all.
The body exists only in the view of the mind, which is deluded and drawn outwards by the power of Maya. In the clear view of self, which is a single vast space of consciousness, there is no body at all, and it is therefore wrong to call self Dehi or Kshetrajna, the owner or knower of the body.
Sadhu Om. In scriptures like the Bhagavad Gita, the divine masters have condescended to use terms such as Dehi and Kshetrajna because of the inability of their disciples to understand if the truth were stated otherwise.
Unless the body is taken to be I, otherness, the world of moving and unmoving objects cannot be seen. Hence, because otherness, the creatures and their creator, does not exist, it is wrong to call self the witness.
Sadhu Om. In the scriptures, the terms Jiva Sakshi, i.e. witness of the jiva, and Sarva Sakshi, i.e. witness of everything, are used only as a formality, but they are not strictly correct. Only when there is something to be seen can there be a seer or witness to see it. But in a state of oneness, where no others exist, who will witness what? Therefore self, which is one without a second, cannot be called the witness.
The world does not exist apart from the body. The body does not exist apart from the mind. The mind does not exist apart from consciousness. And consciousness does not exist apart from self, which is existence.
Sadhu Om. Therefore, it can be concluded that everything is self, and that nothing but self exists.
Chapter 7. The Doctrine of Ajata. 100. Although Guru Ramana taught various doctrines according to the level of understanding of those who came to him, we heard from him that Ajata alone is truly his own experience. Thus should you know.
Sadhu Om. Ajata is the knowledge that nothing, neither the world, soul, nor God, ever comes into existence, and that that which is ever exists as it is.
101. It is this same ajata that Sri Krishna revealed to Arjuna in an early chapter 2 of the Gita, and know that it was only because of Arjuna's bewilderment and inability to grasp the truth that other doctrines were then taught in the remaining 16 chapters. Chapter 8. The purpose behind the diverse theories of creation. 102. Why do the different portions of the Vedas describe creation in different ways? Their sole intention is not to proclaim a correct theory of creation, but to make the aspirant inquire into the truth, which is the source of creation.
Sadhu Om. If creation were true, the scriptures would describe it in only one manner, but their diverse theories make it clear that creation is not the truth. To enable ripe aspirants to discover the falsity of the notion of creation, the Vedas purposely teach contradictory theories. However, such contradictions are found only in the descriptions of creation. They never occur when the Vedas describe the nature of Self, the Supreme. Concerning Self, they all agree and speak in one voice, saying,
Self is one, perfect, whole, immortal, unchanging, self-shining, etc., etc.
From this, we should understand that the deep intention behind such conflicting theories of creation is to indirectly show aspirants the necessity of inquiring into Self, which is the source of all ideas of creation.
Chapter 9. The part played by God. By his own power of Maya, the unchanging one, though shining more directly than anything else, hides himself unseen and throws the rope of the three states into the space of the mind, keeping it upright. He then makes the jiva, who mistakes the body as I, balance on it, and thus he plays his divine game.
Sadhu Om. The three states are waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. A magician's trick performed by village entertainers in India is used as a simile here. The magician, hiding himself behind a screen, throws a rope into the air and, making it appear to stand upright, he orders his assistant to climb it and balance on its top. Here, God is equated to the magician. The heart is his hiding place. The three states are compared to the rope, and the jiva is compared to the assistant. But all of this is a game, only appearing in the onlooker's sight, and hence it is unreal. Similarly, creation, sustenance, and dissolution, which appear to be God's lila, i.e. divine game, are all unreal, as they are seen only by the ignorant.
In the view of the ignorant, it may sometimes appear as if the Supreme Lord, who gave power of authority to Maya, is himself bound by her deceitful orders to delude jivas.
Sadhu Om. The significance of saying that the Lord gives power of authority to Maya is the experience of an aspirant who, while abiding as Self, becomes inattentive and allows the I thought to arise. If this rising of the I thought is once allowed, it is then no wonder that even God and the Janani will also appear to be bound by the power of Maya. However, this appearance is false, being only in the view of the illusory I thought. Even in the life of Bhagavan Sri Ramana, there were some occasions when it seemed as if he approved of some of the foolish ideas of worldly-minded people, and as if he abided by the unnecessary conditions imposed by them. All these matters, however, only appeared so in the view of the ignorant.
Just as all beings, moving and unmoving, engage in their own activities due to the mere presence of the sun, which rises without any prior intention, so it is said in the scriptures that all actions are performed by God, who in truth neither acts nor has intentions. In the mere presence of the sun, the convex lens emits fire, the lotus blossoms, the water lily closes, and all creatures rise up, work, and rest according to their nature. The fivefold phenomenon functions merely because of God's potent presence, just as the needle trembles near the magnet, or, as in the light of the moonstone drips, the water lily blossoms, and the lotus closes.
Michael James. The fivefold functions are creation, sustenance, dissolution, veiling, and grace. The sun does not plan or order that living beings should work, but, each in his own way, makes use of the presence of the sun to do as they wish. So also, the presence of God, i.e., the presence of self, is used by the mind of each person in his own way, either to do karmas and be bound by them, or to inquire into being and be liberated. Just as the activities of nature cannot continue without the sun, so the fivefold phenomenon cannot function without the grace, i.e., the presence, of God or self.
108th. In the presence of the Lord, who has no intention of his own, jivas busy themselves outwardly, treading on various paths of action, and reap the fruits with justly result, until finally, realizing the uselessness of action, they turn selfward and attain liberation.
Sadhu Om. Though the Lord's presence is essential for either bondage or liberation to occur according to our own wishes, he is not responsible for them.
109. Just as the good and bad incidents that happen on earth do not affect the sun, and as the properties of the four elements do not affect the vast ether, so also the actions, karmas of jivas, will certainly never affect God, who is beyond the mind.
Michael James. The properties of the four elements are earth, size and weight, water, coolness and fluidity, fire, heat, wind, movement, and speed.
Chapter 10. The three prime entities, God, world, and soul. 110. If one inquires to the very end, who is this jiva, I? It will be found that he is non-existent, and Shiva will be revealed as being nothing but the supreme expanse of consciousness. Thus, when the jiva, the seer, who with great desire saw this world we has disappeared, it is ridiculous to attribute reality to the world. The scene.
Sadhu Om. Since the truth of the seer and the seen are one and the same, when the seer, i.e. the jiva, is found to be unreal, the seen will also be known to be unreal. The true nature of self, which was hitherto conceived in this trinity as being God, will then be found to be the only reality.
111. After the above two prime entities, i.e. world and jiva, have disappeared, that which alone remains shining is Shiva, i.e. self. But although this is the absolute truth, how can the already dead jiva think of it as being non-dual?
Sadhu Om. Since the truth of non-duality, Advaita is beyond thought, Bhagavan Ramana used to say that Advaita cannot be called a religion, because Mata, religion, is that which is found by Mati, the mind. See verse 993.
112. If world and jiva are said to be eternal and real, it would then mean a flaw in the wholeness of the Supreme Lord. Unless we accept that the Lord is imperfect and divided, we cannot say that world and jiva are real.
Sadhu Om. Those schools of thought, such as Dvaita and Vishishta Dvaita, which say that world and jiva are real, should accept that they are thus degrading God as a partial reality, or else they should give up their dualistic ideas.
113. If jiva, the reflected consciousness, is really an entity separate from the Supreme, then the declaration of the sage, Shiva does all, jivas do nothing, would be merely an imagination, and not based upon their experience.
Michael James. As it would be absurd to suggest that sages make imaginary statements not based upon their experience, it cannot be correct to conclude that Jiva is a real entity separate from the Supreme.
114. When the limited light, which is used to project pictures on the cinema screen, is dissolved in the bright sunlight, which enters the cinema, the pictures also will disappear instantaneously. Similarly, when the limited consciousness Chitam of the mind is dissolved in Supreme Consciousness Chit, the picture show of these three prime entities, God, world, and soul, will also disappear. 115. Thus, since the truth of the source is one, why do all religions, and sometimes even sages, start their teachings by at first conceding that these three prime entities are real? Because the mind, which is tossed about by objective knowledge, would not agree to believe in the one unless the sages condescended to teach it as three. Chapter 11. Veiling. 106. Know that the thick veiling of a jiva's forgetfulness about all the troubles caused to others or by others during his innumerable past lives is due to the grace of God for his own peace of mind. 117. When the remembrance of even a few miserable instances in this lifetime can make one's life a hell, should not forgetfulness alone be loved by all?
Sadhu Om. In the above two stanzas, Sri Bhagavan advises us that it is foolish to try to know about our past births. Both pain and pleasure are mere thoughts, originating from the root I thought, which is misery itself. Hence, since no true happiness can come from misery, to forget the pain and pleasures of the past is alone bliss.
Chapter 12. Individuality. 118th. Individual gods and goddesses and their particular powers will appear to be real only in the imagination of those minds which admire them. Such mental delusion is at all times completely non-existent for self, which transcends the mind. 119th. It is only due to the false sense-bound knowledge of the ignorant that they say that muktas who have realized the truth have individuality, vyakti. Truly, universality, avyakti, is the real state of a jnani whose nature is the expanse of consciousness. The individuality seen in him by devotees is a reflection of their own individuality.
Sadhu Om. In this verse, it is stressed that people who say, not only do we know that the jnani is an individual, but even he feels that he has individuality, are totally wrong. What they see in him is merely the reflection of their own nature.
120th. That which shines in the heart of an earnest aspirant as the supreme reality is mere jnana itself. Why therefore, after the annihilation of the ego, point out, this one is a great jnani and that one is another? Are they merely the bodies?
Michael James, Appendix 3, Who is a Jnani? In the Path of Sri Ramana, Part 1 will explain in more detail this verse and the following two.
121. With great eagerness and wonder you fly to see one Mahatma here and another Mahatma there. If you inquire, attain and know the Mahatma, i.e. the Great Self, within your own heart, then every Mahatma is none other than that one within you. 122nd. Whatever high and wonderful state of tapas one may have attained, if one still identifies oneself with an individuality, one cannot be a sahaja jnani, i.e., one in the state of effortlessness. One is only an aspirant of, perhaps, an advanced stage.
Sadhu Om. The intention behind Sri Bhagavan's instructions to us in this verse is that we should each of us see for ourselves whether or not we have the notion of individuality, ignoring the fact that others may call us a jnani or an ajnani, and that we should try on this principle to set ourselves right. This verse is not intended to give us a yardstick with which to measure others as jnanis or ajnanis.
123. Leaving aside that true self-consciousness, which is devoid of the least feeling of individuality and displaying any number of siddhis, is a sheer waste. Who but those fools who are incapable of knowing self will desire these senseless siddhis?
Sadhu Om. A jnani will not feel himself to be the doer of any siddhis, which, according to prarabdha, he may appear to display. They will not therefore make him proud and happy, and despite them, he will remain as ever, reveling in self. Refer to verse B2, 169 of this work, which is also verse 15 of Ulladu Narpadu, Reality Revealed in 40 Verses, Supplement.
124. The jnani, the formless one who ever abides as the Supreme Self, is a collected totality of all individual siddhis. All the siddhis which function through them are his alone, since he is the witness of them. Know him as none other than Lord Dakshinamurti.
Sadhu Om. The jnani is described as the formless one. Since individual siddhas, even if they possess all the eightfold siddhis, are unable to display them proudly in front of a jnani, who possesses Atma Siddhi, abidance in self, which is the highest of all siddhis, they are said to be contained within him. Since the jnani is the self of God, from whom siddhas borrow their powers, all siddhis are here said to be his alone. The jnani is neither a murti, the form of an individual god, nor even an avatar or amsa, an aspect or part of the Trimurtis, the three gods of creation, sustenance, and dissolution. Since the jnani, the Guru Murti, is above the Trimurtis, he is described here as Lord Dakshinamurti, the primal Guru.
Chapter 13. Association with the Unreal. B1. Give up thinking that the loathsome body is I. Know self, which is eternal bliss. Cherishing the ephemeral body, as well as trying to know self, is just like using a crocodile as a raft to cross a river.
Michael James. Some of the verses in this work were composed by Bhagavan himself. They are numbered independently of the main work as B1, B2, B3, etc. The B stands for Bhagavan. This particular verse also appears as verse 12 in Ulladu Narpadu Anubandham. Sadhu Om, the phrase cherishing the ephemeral body, is liable to be misunderstood by aspirants. Sri Bhagavan merely intends to give a warning through this verse to those aspirants who believe that, in order to realize self, they must live a long life in a healthy body. Such people sometimes go to extremes and, calling themselves yogis, waste most of their waking life doing certain yoga practices and preoccupying themselves to the point of hypochondria, with a concern about sattvic diet, physical cleanliness, handsome appearance, good health, and so on. These foolish people, as a result, are merely a trouble to their benefactors and useless parasites on society. However, Bhagavan does not intend to deny the necessity or wisdom of taking a reasonable and moderate care of physical needs. A wise shopkeeper's aim should not be merely to pay the rent on his shop, but should be to earn a large profit on top of the rent. Similarly, an aspirant's aim should not be merely to provide food, clothing, and shelter, the rent, for his body, the shop. He must remember that his business in this body is self-inquiry, and his aim is to make the worthy profit of self-knowledge. However, if the rent is not paid for this body, the business cannot thrive. On the other hand, however, paying the rent, i.e., providing these necessities, should not become the sole endeavor of our whole life. The major portion of our attention must be aimed directly at attaining self-knowledge, while attending to a bare minimum of the necessities. Excessive anxiety about the physical necessities of life is like clinging to a crocodile, which, instead of acting as a raft to help us cross the river of samsara, will swallow us. making all our futile efforts come to nothing.
125. Those who show great care and love for their bodies while saying that they are trying to know self are like one who tries to cross a river, mistaking a crocodile for a log. 126. Instead of attending to Satchit Ananda, the subtlest, which is beyond the reach of speech or mind, to spend one's life attending merely to the welfare of the gross body is just like drawing water with great difficulty from a well in order to water some useless grass instead of paddy. 127. Those who take to the petty life, mistaking the body as I, have lost, so to speak, the great life of unlimited bliss in the heart, which is ever waiting to be experienced by them. 128. Not knowing that the world in front of them brings only great harm, those who take it to be real and a source of happiness will drown in the ocean of birth and death, like one who takes hold of a floating bear as a raft.
Sadhu Om. If someone has caught hold of a floating bear without knowing its true nature, but hoping that it will serve as a raft, he will find it very difficult to leave it, even when he has discovered his mistake, since the bear will also have caught hold of him. Similarly, even though someone has heard from the Guru that the world is a false appearance, he finds it very difficult to leave it aside because of the tendencies of attraction which he created by his great desire for it when he took it to be real. Such is the strength of the mind's attachment to this world.
129. Just as the movements of a vehicle in which one is sitting is wrongly taken to be one's own movements, so also those who do not have self-knowledge suffer from the delusion of mistaking the birth and death, i.e., samsara, experienced by the ego as their self's own birth and death. 130. If the ignorant one who is clinging to the body and world as real wants to have peace, he should, giving up his wrong notion, cling like an udumbu to self in his heart.
Michael James. An udumbu is a giant lizard found in India which grows up to 3 feet in length. Its peculiarity is that it is able to cling to the flat surface of a wall so firmly that a man holding it can lift himself up.
131. Those who live the life of an ego, desirously entertaining themselves with the pleasures of false sense objects, will be doomed to delusion. The only life worth living is reveling in the supreme consciousness, that is, being self. Chapter 14. The Pandit. 132. Why do many of you call me a pandit? The correct sign of the real pandit is the knowledge that the knower of all the arts and sciences is non-existent, and that all he has learnt throughout the past ages is therefore mere ignorance.
Sadhu Om. Here Sri Bhagavan objects to those who call him a great pandit simply because they see in him poetical genius, fluent knowledge of scriptures, wonderful memory, sharp intelligence, skill in argument, acquaintance with many languages, medical knowledge, architectural skill, and so on. He denies that one who has learnt all the arts and sciences is a true pandit. The ego, the wrong knowledge that I am the body, is itself the primal ignorance. So how can the learning acquired by such ignorance be true knowledge? Knowledge of anything but self is therefore mere ignorance. However, Sri Bhagavan is himself the true pandit, because of his self-knowledge. He who can discriminate and understand this is fit to take to self-inquiry and gain self-knowledge, thus qualifying as a true pandit.
133rd. Inquiring. Who is this I that has learned all these arts and sciences? And thereby reaching the heart, the ego vanishes along with all its learning. He who knows the remaining self-consciousness is the true pandit. How can others who have not realized it be pandits? 134. Those who have learnt to forget all that was learned and to abide within are alone the truth knowers. Others, who remember everything, will suffer with anxiety, being deluded by the false samsara.
Sadhu Om. The knowledge of all the 64 arts and sciences is nothing but the fruit of thinking. Thinking and forgetting are properties of the mind, which is lost in the state of self-knowledge, where oneness prevails and neither remembering nor forgetting take place. Bliss alone shines in this state, and only he who has learned to experience this bliss is the real Pandit.
135th. O scholar, you who bow your head in shame in front of a Jnani when he asks you, O poor soul, who are you that has learned all these arts and sciences? May your ignorant mind be damned.
Sadhu Om. The strong words, "May your ignorant mind be damned," should be understood as a blessing rather than a curse, since the aim of the aspirant is the damnation, i.e., total annihilation, of his own mind. Refer also to Upadesa Manjari, Chapter 1, Question 4.
136. One who is permanently established in self-consciousness, having destroyed delusion, which is in the form of doubt and misunderstanding, is the supreme Pandit. 137. Know that he who, by annihilating the ego, knows the supreme thing as it is, that is as the real I am, which is the noun I, self's natural name, shining together with the verb am, is the true spotless Pandit. Chapter 15. The Poet. 138. Responding with a melting heart for the past wrong use of his tongue in wretched human praise, let the poet live gloriously, taking to the new resolution, I will no more sing in praise of any human being, but to the glory of God alone. 139. Those who, instead of dedicating to God's feet the poetic flow which they achieved by His grace, squander it in unworthy human praise are, alas, like those who compel their daughter, the tongue's eloquence, to take to prostitution.
Michael James. The words, their daughter, the tongue's eloquence, may alternatively be translated as the goddess of eloquence, Saraswati.
140. The divine flow of poetry can spring only from a heart which has become still, being completely freed by self-attention from all attachment towards the 5 sheaths, starting with Annamaya, the body composed of food. Chapter 16. The Vanity of Learning. 141. After knowing that the purport at the heart of all Scripture is that the mind should be subdued in order to gain liberation, what is the use in continuously studying them? Who am I? 142. If those who are unfit even to live a life of religious morality take to a critical study of Vedanta, it is nothing but a pollution of the purity of Vedanta.
Muruganar. This verse emphasizes that the purity of mind and heart is essential for those who take to the study of Vedanta.
143. For those who are very attached to their filthy bodies, all the study of Vedanta will be as useless as the swinging of the goat's fleshly beard unless, with the aid of divine grace, their studies lead them to subdue their egos. 144. To be freed from ignorance by mere studies is as impossible as the horns of a horse, unless by some means the mind is killed, and the tendencies are thus completely erased by the blossoming of self-knowledge.
Sadhu Om. Readers should remember that Bhagavan Sri Ramana recommended self-inquiry and self-surrender as the only 2 means by which the truth may be known. The result of both these methods is both manonasha, death of the mind, and vasanakshaya, eradication of the tendencies.
145. For the jiva's weak and unsteady mind, which is ever wavering like the wind, there is no place to enjoy bliss except the heart, its source. The study of scriptures is, for it, like a noisy shandai, a cattle fair.
Sadhu Om. The arts are merely the skillful play of mental modifications, manovrittis. Just as flowing rivers roar wildly until reaching their original source, the ocean, where they become peaceful and silent, so also the restlessly moving mind will not find peace and silence until, giving up such vrittis, it returns and abides in its source. Refer also to verse 8 of Arunachala Ashtakam, the 8 stanzas to Arunachala.
146. Rooting out useless sense desires is possible only for those expert inquirers who, giving up the vast Vedas and Agamas, know through self-inquiry the truth within the heart.
Michael James, the phrase Vedas and Agamas refers to the portion of the scriptures that teaches ritualistic actions for achieving desired ends.
147. Though one learns the blemishless Jnana Sastras perfectly and with great enthusiasm, one has to forget, give up, and be free of them when one tries to abide as self.
Sadhu Om. It is necessary to have great enthusiasm for studying during the time of Sravana, i.e., hearing from the scriptures and the Guru. But this desire and enthusiasm will fade away during the time of Manana, reflection upon these teachings, because the ideas will then lose their novelty owing to one's complete conviction in them. However, during the time of nididhyasana, practice, when the aspirant tries to turn selfward, he finds that the scriptures learnt by him tend to rise as obstructing thoughts, due to the power of sastra vasanas. Thus, even the divine scriptures have to be discarded and forgotten, while the aspirant tries to remain alone and merge into the heart.
Chapter 17. The Greatness of Vedanta. 148. Worldly people, deluded by sensual pleasures which lead to destruction, cannot know of the existence of the truth. They call the fertile glory of the aspirant's blossoming jnana, which was attained by dispassion towards sense pleasures, as the barren ground philosophy. 149. The experience of Vedanta is possible only for those who have completely given up all desires. For the desirous it is far away, and they should therefore try to rid themselves of all other desires by the desire for God, who is free from desires.
Sadhu Om. The term Vedanta is commonly understood to mean a particular system of philosophy, but its true meaning is the experience of jnana, which is gained as the conclusion anta of the Vedas.
The desire for sense objects, which are all second or third persons, is directly opposed to the desire for God, and so it is quite clear that God is not merely one among the many second and third personal objects, but that he must be the reality of the first person. Therefore, we should understand that discarding all desires for second and third personal objects and having love for self alone is the true devotion towards God. Verse B13, 731, also asserts this same point. Chapter 18. The Workings of Prarabdha. 150. The wise, who know that all worldly experiences are formed by Prarabdha alone, never worry about their life's requirements. Know that all one's requirements will be thrust upon one by Prarabdha, whether one wills them or not. 151. Every jiva experiences his own Prarabdha, which is catalyzed by the mere presence of Shiva as the witness dwelling in the heart of each one. Hence, the jiva who does not delude himself by thinking that he is the experiencer of Prarabdha, but knows that he is mere existence consciousness, is none but Shiva. Chapter 19. The Power of Prarabdha. 152. Just as the dark shadow at the foot of a lamp ever remains unmoving, so delusive egos of some are not lost, even though, due to their destiny, Prarabdha, they live, grow old and die at the feet of the Jnana Guru, the unlimited light of knowledge. This is perhaps because of their immaturity.
Michael James. The immaturity referred to here is the lack of desire to abandon the ego, because liberation can never be attained without bhakti, the strong yearning in the aspirant to lose his ego. Thus, this verse could more fittingly be included in chapter 21, the power of vasanas, or with verse 605 in Apaka Tiran.
153. Why is it that, even if one wishes, it is not possible to achieve the eightfold siddhis as well as self-knowledge? Because wealth and wisdom, being contrary to each other, will not generally be gained together in this world.
Michael James. If siddhis appear together with jnana, they are due to the kamya karmas performed in a previous lifetime, while the individual was still in the dark grips of ignorance. Thus, since siddhis are according to prarabdha, one of the three karmas, which are all based upon the ego, and since jnana destroys the ego, it is opposed to siddhis. Moreover, as jnana is based upon self and not upon the ego, it is not bound by any of the three karmas. Sri Muruganar. Therefore, it is not necessarily true, as some say, that all siddhas should be jnanas, and all jnanas should have siddhis, or, as some others say, that siddhas cannot be jnanas, and jnanas cannot have siddhas.
Chapter 20. The nature of the ego and of self. 154. The nature of the ego is similar to that of an elf, being very enthusiastic, rising in many wicked ways by means of innumerable imaginations, being erratic in behavior, and knowing only things other than itself. But the nature of self is mere existence consciousness. Chapter 21. The power of vasanas. 155. Some jivas suffer, being often thrown back into the eddying stream of samsara by their vasanas, which are like mischievous boys, not allowing them to cling fast to self, the bank of samsara's stream.
Sadhu Om. Small creatures, trying to climb out of the dangerous eddies of a stream, are sometimes pushed back again by mischievous boys. This is used as a simile for those jivas who, while trying to cling to self-attention, find themselves being constantly pulled back by their vasanas into samsara, the eddying stream of worldly thoughts.
Chapter 22. The Ego Knot. 156. The reason for our mistake of seeing a world of objects in front of us is that we have risen as a separate I, the seer, due to our failure to attend to the vast perfection of self-consciousness, which is our reality.
Sadhu Om. When our unlimited existence is mistakenly confined by identification with the limited body, our own self appears as the world and God, which seem to be entities separate from I, the seer. However, these separate objects appear only in the view of the ego, and not in the view of self. This same idea is also expressed in verse 158.
157. The false, deceitful, and self-blinded ego knot, believing the body to be real, lusts after various allurements which are all fancy like the blueness of the sky, and thus it tightens itself. 158. It is only the sight which is blind to the unlimited self, having veiled itself as I am the body, that also appears as the world before it. 159. The life of the filthy ego, which mistakes a body both as I and as my place, is merely a false imagination seen as a dream in the pure, real, supreme self. 160th. This fictitious jiva, who lives as I am the body, is also one of the pictures on the screen.
Sadhu Om. The jiva, our false being, is a mere projection upon the screen of our true being, self. In a cinema picture showing the scene of a royal court, the king is seen viewing his court. Just as he appears to be a seer, though in fact he is one of the insentient pictures, the scene, so also the jiva appears to be a seer viewing the world, though in fact he is also one of the insentient pictures projected on the screen of self.
Chapter 23. The Might of the Ego. 161. Only when the ego is destroyed does one become a devotee. Only when the ego is destroyed does one become a jnani. Only when the ego is destroyed does one become God. And only when the ego is destroyed does grace blaze forth.
Sadhu Om. Since the rising of the ego is the root of all pride, it is the only obstruction to our being a truly humble slave and servant to God, and therefore its annihilation is the only true sign of a real bhakta, devotee, or karma yogi. Since the ego is itself the root and the primal form of ignorance, its annihilation alone is the supreme jnana. Since the ego, i.e., the feeling I am the body, is the cause of the feeling of separation from God, its annihilation alone is the true yoga, i.e., union with God. Since the ego is the root and the primal form of wretchedness, its annihilation is the only true manifestation of blessed grace. It is thus shown that the aim of all the four yogas is the annihilation of the ego.
162. He who has destroyed the ego is alone the true sannyasin and the true Brahmin. But hard indeed is the complete destruction of the heavy burden of the ego borne by those sannyasins who feel, I belong to the highest ashrama, and by those Brahmins who feel, I belong to the highest caste.
Sadhu Om, the true sannyasa, is the renunciation of the ego, and the true Brahmanhood is the realization of Brahman, i.e., the self. And thus both the words sannyasin and Brahman mean one who has destroyed the ego. But as ashramas, orders of life, and varnas, castes, pertain only to the body, only those who identify themselves with their bodies can feel that they belong to the highest ashrama, known as sannyasa, or to the highest varna, known as Brahmanhood. Such feelings naturally create pride and strengthen the ego, and therefore the higher the ashrama or varna, the heavier the burden of the ego, and the harder its eradication.
163. One who sees otherness and multiplicity cannot become a parpan merely because he has learnt the four Vedas. But one who sees his own ego's death is the true parpan. The other one, i.e. the caste Brahmin, is inwardly shamed, being despised by the wise.
Michael James, parpan literally means a seer, that is, one who knows the truth, but it is commonly used to mean a caste Brahmin.
164. The complete eradication of the ego is indeed very hard when even in the case of Kanapa, whose love for Lord Shiva was so great that he plucked out his own eyes and planted them on the Lord's face, there remained until that moment a trace of body attachment, ego, in the form of his pride concerning his beautiful, bright eyes.
Sadhu Om. At times, Sri Bhagavan used to reveal some information which was not given by the scriptures and Puranas, such as A. How in the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna began his teachings with the doctrines of Ajata and Advaita, but then condescendingly came down to various stages of Dvaita, and how he carefully used words which, though suited to Arjuna's limited grasping power, also gives room for well-ripened aspirants to discover even now the motive behind those words. B. How at first, Sri Dakshinamurti answered his disciples' doubts with wise and convincing replies before he took to his method of teaching through silence. C. The following variation on the story of Kanapa. Kanapa was proud of his eyes, which were very beautiful. So, according to the divine saying, I will forcibly deprive my true devotee of all his possessions, so that his mind may always cling to me. Lord Shiva tested Kanapa by making him offer even his treasured and enviable eyes to the Lord. Thus even his slight attachment to his body was removed, and he was absorbed in Shiva. As this information about Kanapa's attachment to his beautiful eyes was not revealed by the Puranas, but only by Sri Bhagavan Ramana, we can infer that he is none other than Shiva, who faced Kanapa at that time. This information about Kanapa, which continues in the next verse also, was gathered by Sri Muruganar. The information about Sri Krishna's teaching was recorded in verse 101 of this same work, and also in talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi, talk numbers 264, 364, and 611. The information about Sri Dakshinamurti's verbal teaching has not been recorded elsewhere, so the reader may ask Sri Bhagavan's early devotees for the full story.
165. The real glory of Shiva Bhakti is the salvation of the devotee from the damnation caused by the delusion, I am this filthy body. This is the reason why Shiva accepted Kanapa's eyes when he offered them. Chapter 24. The Ego's Play. 166. When properly scrutinized, God's ordinance amounts to this: if the ego rises, all things rise. If it subsides, they all subside.
Sadhu Om. Refer to the last paragraph of Who Am I?
167. The delusion-bound ego life, led by all creatures in the three worlds, is nothing but the dance of ghouls who possess corpses in a cremation ground. 168. Listen, here is a great wonder. People who cannot even think unless empowered to do so by the supreme power, Chit Shakti, are performing karmas with great eagerness and zeal. 169. This is much like the zeal of the cripple who declared, if someone will only lift and support me, I will meet the host of enemies single-handed, lay them low, and raise a pile of corpses here.
Michael James. The above two verses are condensed and summarized by Bhagavan in the following verse.
B2. The futile activities of those madmen who, not realizing that they themselves are activated by the supreme power, make efforts thinking, let us acquire all the siddhis, are like the efforts of the cripple in the story who boasted, if anyone will help me stand, what worth will my enemies have before me?
Michael James. This verse also appears as verse 15 of Uladu Narpadu Anubandham.
170. If, of their own accord, even the wind god could not stir, nor could the fire god burn a wisp straw, how can an ordinary jiva do anything at all with its separate ego strength?
Michael James. These analogies are based upon a saying in the Kena-Upanishad.
171. Having its self-knowledge veiled by illusion, being bound by the fruits of sinful karmas, and suffering, having lost sight of the Supreme, the ego's play is a mere mockery, like the sculpture of the Supreme, which appears to carry the temple tower. 172. Would passengers, if wise, carry their luggage on their own heads while traveling on a train which hauls under steam power the heaviest loads like wisps of straw? 173. Similarly, since, by its very nature, the supreme power alone sustains all things, it is wise for men to leave the burdens, cares, and anxiety of their life on that supreme power and thus to feel free.
Michael James. Refer also to Who Am I? For the above two sayings. The above three verses were summarized in the following verse by Bhagavan.
B3. Look, while God is bearing the responsibility of the whole world, it is a mockery for the false jiva to think that it shoulders these responsibilities, like the sculpture which appears to carry the temple tower. Whose fault is it if a passenger in a train, which is hauling a heavy load, suffers by keeping his luggage on his head instead of placing it on the rack.
Michael James. This verse also appears as verse 17 of Uladu Narpadu Anubandam. Are there not among us some aspirants who, seeing the sufferings in this world, make efforts to reform it or even to heavenize it? But here, Sri Bhagavan exposes the foolishness of such aspirants and advises them to surrender to God all their cares, both for themselves and for the world, and to remain quiet.
174. One's fear and quaking of one's body while one is entering samadhi is due to the slight ego consciousness still remaining. But when this dies completely, without leaving even a trace, one abides as the vast space of mere consciousness where bliss alone prevails, and the quaking stops.
Sadhu Om. The annihilation of the ego is alone the realization of self. So when an aspirant's attachment to his body is being removed through inquiry, he, i.e., the ego, will feel that he is going to die. Hence, some aspirants experience during their sadhana a fear of death and sometimes even a physical shaking or great heat. And so in this verse, Sri Bhagavan clears the aspirant's doubts and explains these phenomena.
175. The only worthy occupation is to thoroughly absorb the ego by turning selfward and, without allowing it to rise, to thus abide quietly, like a waveless ocean, in self-knowledge, having annihilated the delusive mind ghost, which had been wandering about unobstructed. 176. The truly powerful tapas is that state in which, having lost the sense of doership and knowing well that all is his will, one is relieved from the delusion of the foolish ego. Thus should you know.
Michael James. The last sentence may also mean, therefore, acquire such tapas.
Chapter 25. Treason Against Self. 177. To be deluded and without self-knowledge, and to thus see all the worlds and the jivas therein as different from oneself, is truly doing treason against self, that vast space of consciousness in whose view nothing is other than itself, and which absorbs everything into itself.
Sadhu Om. The rising of an individual. I, ego or jiva, is the reason why self is seen as many things. Therefore, since it seems to spoil the true oneness of self, the ego's rising is considered to be treason against self.
Chapter 26. Heaven and Hell. 178. O men, do not argue and quarrel amongst yourselves about the reality of heaven and hell, as long as and as far as this present world is real. Till then, and to that extent, heaven and hell are also real.
Sadhu Om. Many of us take great interest in arguing about the reality and existence of other worlds, such as heaven and hell, and whether or not they are mere mytho-poetic imaginations. Sri Bhagavan, however, points out that all such arguments are based on a false premise, namely the reality of our own existence. As the eye, so is the sight. Hence, believing oneself, the seer, to be real, we conclude that the world, the seen, is also real. But only when, through self-knowledge, we find the seer to be unreal, can we truly know that this and all other worlds are also unreal. Until then, we have no true premise on which to judge the reality of this or of other worlds, and, therefore, it is right to concede the same degree of reality to all worlds, whether seen or unseen, as we give to the seer of them.
179. If those geniuses who assert, yes, this world and body which we see do really exist, would sit and scrutinize this matter with me, I would certainly point out to them, yes, not only does this world really exist, but also do other worlds such as heaven and hell.
Sadhu Om. Even scientists have nowadays come to understand that the things which we perceive through the five senses cannot be said to exist objectively in the same manner as they appear to us, and that, because the senses cannot reveal things as they really are, it is wrong to believe the senses and to decide the world exists as we see it. In this verse, although those who assert the reality of this world are ironically called geniuses by Sri Bhagavan, why, instead of advising them that the world is unreal, does he join them in saying that it is real? There are two reasons why even jnanas, who have realized the world appearance to be illusory, say that the world is real. 1. The jnani never sees himself as an unreal and insignificant jiva, but only as the real, unlimited, and pure awareness. Since his outlook is that of Brahman, he will say, according to the saying, "As the eye, so is the sight," that the universe is real. 2. If the truth were told that this world and the others, such as heaven and hell, are all unreal, the ignorant, who do not know the absolute truth due to the power of their vasanas in the form of worldly desires, would lose all fear of doing evil actions and all interest in doing punya karmas, meritorious actions. So, it is in the best interest of the ignorant that they should be told that evil actions done in this world will take them to hell and virtuous actions will take them to heaven. Therefore, while the modern mind takes the present world and the incidents happening here to be real, it is definitely wrong for anyone to believe that all the worlds and incidents mentioned in the Puranas are unreal, or for anyone to say that we may regard these things as mere mythopoetic imaginations. Refer also to the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 26.
Chapter 27. The Terror of Hell. 180. Only those who do not know the nature of misery are terrified of the tortures of hell. But if one understands what misery is, one will know the way to end it, and will certainly attain one's natural state of bliss.
Michael James. A thorough scrutiny will reveal that the nature of misery is the rising of I, the ego, since no misery is experienced in deep sleep, where there is no rising of the ego. The way to eradicate misery is therefore to not allow the rising of the ego, which can only be prevented by vigilant self-attention. Hence, the inquiry, "Who am I?" is the only means to end all misery.
Chapter 28. The Conquest of Hell, Naraka. 181. The Puranas say that Lord Narayana has killed the demon of misery, Naraka Asura. This demon is none other than the one who lives as "I am this body, the source of misery." One who seeks Naraka Asuras, i.e., the ego's source, and thus annihilates him, is truly Lord Narayana himself. 182. The Deepavali bath, which is taken by all people on the 14th moon in remembrance of the conquest of Naraka, signifies the bath of Jnana, which is taken after destroying the ego Naraka Asura by searching for his source.
Michael James. Deepavali, or Naraka Chaturdasi, is an annual festival celebrated in India on the 14th day of the waning moon in October or November. In this verse, Sri Bhagavan explains the significance of the oil bath, which is customarily taken by people on the morning of that day in remembrance of the conquest of Naraka Asura by Lord Narayana Mahavishnu. The above two verses were summarized in the following verse by Sri Bhagavan.
B4. He who kills Narakasura, the ego, with the wheel, nearly weapon of Jnana, by inquiring, "Where is the source of Narakasura who rules over Narakaloka, this wretched body, as I, is Lord Narayana?" And that day of the ego's destruction is the auspicious day of the 14th moon. 183. Deepavali signifies the great self-effulgence which shines after destroying the reflected light, i.e. the ego, Narakasura, who was ruling this filthy body, which is the form of hell, as I.
Michael James, Deepavali means the festival of lights. The above verse, which explains the significance of the lights, i.e. the firecrackers used on that day, was rewritten as follows by Sri Bhagavan, with only a slight change in the meaning, but in poetry which was clearer and more beautiful because of the precision of each syllable.
B5. Deepavali signified the shining of self after the destruction, through inquiry, of the greatest sinner, Naraka, the ego, who took the abode of this filthy body, which is the form of hell, as I. Chapter 29. The greatness of ahamukha, self-attention. 184. While self, the source and reality of the ego, which can only know objects other than itself through its senses, alone should be clung to, all an aspirant's efforts to concentrate on other objects, which are all second and third persons, are just like ignoring something while trying to grasp its shadow.
Michael James. There are two possible translations of the next verse.
185a. For the extroverted intellect, which suffers greatly, knowing through the senses only the objects of form and quality before it, the means to abide in self is to begin inquiring inwardly, who am I? 185 billion. For the extroverted intellect, the means to abide in self is to begin inquiring inwardly, who am I, who suffer greatly, knowing through the senses only the objects of form and quality before me? 186. O miserable and extroverted people failing to see the seer, you see only the seen. To dissolve duality by turning inwards instead of outwards is alone blissful.
Sadhu Om. The terms inward and outward can be used only in reference to the body. But as the body is itself a mere imagination, such terms should not be taken literally. The reason for the use of these words is that the aspirant, in his ignorance, feels his body to be I. So on being told to turn inwards, he should understand that he should turn selfwards. That is, he should turn his attention towards what he feels as I. In truth, self is neither inside nor outside the body, as it alone exists beyond all limitations such as time and space.
187. O mind, it is not wise for you to come out in the form of thoughts. It is best to go within. Hide yourself deep within the heart and escape from the tricks of Maya, who tries to upset you by drawing you outwards.
Sadhu Om. The beginning of the verse may also be translated as, O mind, it is not wise for you to expose yourself to name and fame.
188. O mind, do not waste your life in roaming outside, pursuing wonders and courting enjoyments. To know self through grace, self-inquiry, and to thus abide firmly in the heart is alone worthwhile. 189. Since it is only the notion of duality that spoils bliss and causes misery, to avoid yielding to the attractions of that notion and to thus arrest all chittavrittis is alone worthwhile. 190th O people, not knowing that Shiva is dwelling within you, you fly about like birds from one holy place to another, seeking his darshan. Consciousness, when abiding still in the heart, is the supreme Shiva.
Sadhu Om. To seek Shiva. Darshan, outside of oneself, requires movement. But it is revealed here that to be still is the only true means of seeking it.
191. The ship would be destroyed by the storm if its sails were spread outside, but it is safe when its anchor is sunk deep into the sea. Similarly, if the mind were sunk deep in the heart instead of being spread outside, that would be jnana. 192. To arrest the mind, which tries to rush outwards securely within, is the truly heroic act of the ripe aspirant who wants to see the Supreme Lord in the heart.
Sadhu Om. The end of this verse may also be translated as, to see the Supreme, who is Lord of the saints.
193. When the mind, i.e., the ego's attention, which wanders outside, knowing only other objects, ye second and third persons, begins to attend to its own nature, all other objects will disappear, and then, by experiencing its own true nature, i.e. self, the pseudo-E will also die.
Sadhu Om. This verse clearly teaches that if the mind, i.e. the first person, I, tries to attend to itself, not only will the second and third persons disappear, but the mind itself will also die. We are thus given here a complete description of the inquiry, who am I? That is, we are told the method, what happens during the practice, and what result it will have.
Chapter 30. The Kingdom of God. 194. God does not reside in any place other than the heart. It is due to illusion, caused by the ego, the I am the body idea, that the kingdom of God is conceived to be elsewhere. Be sure that the heart is the kingdom of God.
Sadhu Om. Because we limit ourself and believe the tiny unworthy body to be I, it becomes necessary to think that there is, apart from I, some glorious and almighty God, living in a wonderful and faraway kingdom of His own, who creates this vast universe. In truth, however, since soul, world, and God all sprout out and appear from I, the source, both God and His kingdom should be known to be self. Refer also to the saying of Christ, "The kingdom of God is within you." Luke 17:21.
195. Know that you are the perfect, shining light, which not only makes the existence of God's kingdom possible, but also allows it to be seen as a wonderful heaven. To know this alone is jnana. Therefore, the kingdom of God is within you.
Sadhu Om. We are taught here that the worlds exist because we exist, and that they are known because we know our own existence as I am. In short, our Sat-Chit, existence consciousness, is the cause for the existence of the worlds and for the knowledge about them.
196. The unlimited space of Turiyatita, which shines suddenly, in all its fullness, within the heart of a highly mature aspirant during the state of complete absorption of mind, as if a fresh and previously unknown experience, is the rarely attained and true Shivaloka, or Kingdom of God, which shines by the light of self. Chapter 31. Shiva, the Supreme. 197. Having eradicated the ego, which was wandering like a ghost in delusion, and having destroyed the duality of the sentient and the insentient, the soul which is thus drowned and well soaked in the light of the pure and blissful Sahaja Samadhi, is the Supreme Shiva. 198. When the ego, the feeling of being a separate entity, is removed, Chittam remains as Shivam, the Supreme Chit, having merged within the heart as I am consciousness itself, and having thus destroyed all the false and dense mental conceptions.
Sadhu Om. The syllable tam in Chittam represents ignorance, tamas, or darkness. So when this tam is removed, pure Chit alone remains.
199. That eternal and subtlest being which pervades and transcends all is God, the Supreme Shivam, which is realized when the widely scattered mind is resolved into its source, having had its impurities removed and having been well refined. Chapter 32. The oneness of Hara and Hari, Shiva and Vishnu. 200. It is generally said that he who gives jnana to jivas is Hara, and that he who gives them heavenly pleasure is Hari. But since the unshakable jnana is itself God and the highest bliss, know that Hara and Hari are not two, but one. Chapter 33. Shiva and Shakti. 201. The primal and unique self, the source and heart, without which Parashakti, who functions in the form of mind, cannot have even the slightest existence, is the pure Shiva, who shines in Chidambaram. 202. The eternal bliss after reaching which the mind will cease wandering outwards is Shiva, the mind enchanter, Mano Ranjitam, who is the heart that gives the ever-fresh experience of jnana. 203. The chittams of well-ripened aspirants are themselves the gopikas who were charmed with love. Know that the heart which removes the ego's pride, just as the flame destroys the moth, is the gopika's beloved one, Sri Krishna.
Michael James. The Gopikas are the girls who lived and played with Sri Krishna on the banks of the Jamuna.
Chapter 34. Shiva Puja, Worshipping Shiva. 204th. A peaceful attitude, together with a silent flow of mind towards undeviating abidance in self, Sat-Chit, is the best worship of Shiva.
Sadhu Om. When the mind wanders outwards, away from the source, it is actually disgracing self. And so its undeviating abidance in the self, its silent flow, is here said to be the true worship of self.
205th. Saint Markandeya survived death by conquering even Yama and lived beyond his destined time. Know, therefore, that death can be overcome by worshipping Shiva, the death killer.
Michael James. In the story of Saint Markandeya, Shiva killed Yama, the god of death. And it is therefore said that by worshipping Shiva, death can be overcome. The true worship of Shiva is self-abidance, as stated in verse 204 above. And since self, Shiva, is beyond birth and death, by abiding as self, one conquers death and attains immortality.
206. Having obtained the non-dual view that all the 8 forms of the universe, which are mere mental conceptions, are forms of God, to worship them properly is also a good Shiva Puja.
Sadhu Om. The 8 forms of the universe are space, air, fire, water, earth, the sun, moon, and jivas.
The non-dual view is obtained only after realizing the oneness of self, and until then, an aspirant must rely upon his mental imagination to try and see and worship the 8 forms as the forms of God. Such worship, relying upon the imagination, may be taken as good nishkama karmas, i.e. desireless action, which helps to purify the mind and to thus point the way to liberation, as taught by Sri Bhagavan in verses 3 and 5 of Upadesasaram. However, since this worship is mere mental activity, it cannot be counted as the highest and true Shiva Puja mentioned in verses 204 and 205 above. Only the jnani truly sees that the 8 forms are not other than self-God, so he alone can truly perform nishkama karmas or Shiva Puja. Chapter 35. The Truth of Namaskaram. 207. The significance of the imperfect jiva's namaskaram prostration when he places his proud head beneath the feet of the Guru or God is that his ego sense, I am the body, is to be crushed by self-knowledge. Chapter 36. Idol Worship. 208. O you that ridicule idol worship, having not discovered through heart-melting love its secret, how is that you daily worship the filthy idol of your body as I?
Sadhu Om. It is generally believed that idol worship is to mistake an idol as God, and to treat it accordingly, offering it a bath, cloth, food, and all hospitality. But to mistake a body as self, and to treat it accordingly, is also a form of idol worship. Indeed, to treat and love a body as I is the primal mistake which leads to all other forms of idol worship. So it is clear that we are all idol worshippers, even if we take pride in scorning those that worship temple idols.
As long as one takes one's body as I, there is no wrong in also worshipping an idol as God. And until one feels that it is wrong to treat one's body as I, one should not be scornful and criticize others for treating an idol as God. If one first roots out and destroys the I am the body notion, one is then in a position to criticize idol worship if such criticism is necessary. In the light of jnana, such criticism will of course be clearly seen as unnecessary. Chapter 37. Vibhuti, Holy Ash. 209. When the fictitious ego, who has accumulated tendencies from the beginningless past, is burnt by the fire of jnana, that reality which alone remains within is the sacred Vibhuti. This you should know.
Sadhu Om. Vibhuti represents self, which alone shines after the ego's destruction.
210. The Supreme Lord, having taken the form of the Guru, lights the fire of jnana through his supreme speech, paravak, proclaiming without words the one syllable, and thus burns the ego within the pure heart of his disciple. The Vibhuti he gives is the restoration of self.
Sadhu Om. Vibhuti is prepared by burning cow dung in an airtight oven. In Saiva Siddhanta, the jiva is generally known as the cow. So the cow dung used here symbolizes the jiva's vasanas, which when burnt to ashes leave only self.
211. Those who wear such Vibhuti are unequaled in all respects in this world. Such Vibhuti, which is reality, the thought-free and wonderful jnana, is eternal divine wealth. 212. Those who love and worship this Vibhuti, which is reality, will become this Vibhuti itself. Therefore, having destroyed the ego, ever remain as this Vibhuti, which is self. 213. When the insentient ego turns inwards through self-attention and dies, the fire of jnana burns in the heart and consumes all the three worlds in its blazing red flame, which is the significance of the red kumkum.
Michael James. The three worlds are heaven, earth, and the nether regions.
Chapter 38. Shiva's Divine Bull. 214. The reason why the Puranas describe the bull taken by Shiva as his vehicle and similar creatures taken by other gods is to gradually cultivate in us a habit of viewing all manifest forms as God, their substratum. Chapter 39. Shakti and Shanti, Power and Peace. 215. Nothing is impossible for power of self, which is the power of the Almighty's grace. Some people say it is possible only through the power of sword and shield. Because of the dirty nature of Maya, the notion, I am the filthy body.
Sadhu Om. This verse explains the success achieved through the divine power of non-violence during India's fight for freedom.
216. Those that say that power and peace are different do not know them rightly. What prevails internally as peace is expressed externally as power. B6. What is experienced as peace, while the mind is inward turned, is experienced as power, while it is outward turned. Only jnanas who have deeply inquired and realize the true nature of self prevailing during both introversion and extroversion know that peace and power are one and the same.
Sadhu Om. There is a saying, which is more difficult to build a dam and control the flood, or to breach the dam and release the flood, to arrest the mind, which by habit wanders outside with great force, and to keep it peacefully within the heart. The supreme power of grace is needed. But to release the mind, and so allow it to create, I, to conceive, and see innumerable worlds externally, only a slight allowance of that supreme power is needed. Therefore, the powers of creation and sustenance are but a tiny reflection of that supreme power of peace within. If an aspirant can understand this, he will surely no longer feel any delight or wonder in acquiring the eightfold siddhis and the power to create and sustain whole universes.
217. The power to punish others in many ways can be found in one who has cultivated a noble character and virtuous behavior, but having the greatest forbearance is the only true sign of having really achieved godhood. Sadhu Om. Rather than possessing outward powers to punish others, the true and greatest power is to be inwardly at peace, and thus to be able to bear with and forgive others. Thus this verse confirms the ideas of the previous verse. Chapter 40. Mahat and Anu, the greatest and the smallest. 218. When the opposite poles of a large magnet and a small one are joined, the small one, by gaining the greater power of the large one, becomes one with it and shares the same properties.
Sadhu Om. In this verse, a simile is used, without it being explained. The large magnet is a simile for Mahat, i.e., God or self, and the small one is for Anu, i.e., Jiva or ego. Their opposite poles are God's feet and the Jiva's head. Joining their opposite poles means that the Jiva bows down and places his head beneath the feet of God. By this act of surrender, he loses his individuality by merging in God and becomes God himself. That is, when the petty ego merges with the self through self-surrender, it shines as the Supreme Self itself.
Chapter 41. Desire for siddhis. 219. To greedily beg for petty siddhis from God, who is ready to give himself, the all, sarva, is just like begging for stale gruel from a philanthropist who has the heart to give everything that is asked for. 220. One who longs for siddhis after arriving in the world of Atma Siddhas, the unlimited space of self-consciousness, is just like the one who wants sour and stale gruel after reaching heaven, which provides divine elixir, the food of immortality.
Sadhu Om. The phrase Atma Siddha Loka, the world of self-realized beings, can be interpreted in a few ways. Its principal meaning is self, as all Atma Siddhas are nothing but the self. In their view, there is no world other than the self.
It can also refer to the physical presence of the Guru, or Atma Jnani, like Bhagavan Ramana. In this case, the verse refers to those unfortunate souls who, despite being blessed with the company of Ramana Maharshi, left him in pursuit of siddhis. After arriving in Atma Siddha Loka can also mean though the ego dwells under the mercy of the ever-attained Nitya Siddha self. 221. In the heart in which the flame of supreme devotion blazes forth, all siddhis unite together. But such a devotee, whose mind has completely become a prey to the Lord, will never feel a liking for them. 222. If an aspirant treading on the path of liberation develops a liking for siddhis, his ego will wax, and hence his bondage will become denser. B7. Absolute stillness of mind alone is the attainment of liberation. This being so, tell me, how can those who yoke their mind to siddhis, which are unobtainable without mental efforts, drown in the bliss of liberation, which is the complete cessation of mental activities?
Sadhu Om. This verse reveals that without chitta chalana, mental activities, no siddhis can be performed.
However, the siddhis that seem to be performed by a jnani, whose mind is dead, are different. They are caused by the will of God, and the jnani therefore feels no sense of doership. He does not feel, I am performing these siddhis. Hence, we should understand, a jnani performs siddhis without any mental activity, whereas anyone who thinks, I am doing, I will do, or I can do siddhis is certainly not a jnani. 223. O man, the most wonderful siddhi is that you, who are really pure formless self-consciousness, take the body with its legs and hands as I and go dancing about as if real. Compared to this, even the 8 kinds of siddhis are no real wonders.
Michael James, go dancing about as if real, refers to the ego thinking that it performs karmas and undergoes many births and deaths. Sadhu Om. By referring to man as pure, it is pointed out that he is not any impure attribute such as the mind. By referring to him as formless, it is pointed out that he is not any form such as the body. By referring to him as self-consciousness, it is pointed out that he is not inert matter like the body. Yet, despite being the motionless self, we take on the ego identity and undergo countless births and actions. Thus, Sri Bhagavan says, the most astonishing siddhi is this, that the flawless self appears to become the flawed ego.
224. The attainment of self, which is the primal thing, and the knowledge of liberation is alone the true Gnana-siddhi. All the other 8 types of siddhis belong merely to the wavering mind and its power of imagination. Chapter 42. Immortality. 225th. Immortality is reserved only for those who have died into their ego, the filthy, empty sense, I am the body, which veils their immortal nature of Satchit Ananda, the only beloved thing.
Sadhu Om. Some misguided aspirants take to various kinds of yogas to prevent the body's death, or at least to lengthen its life, in the false belief that that is immortality. Taking pity on such people, Sri Bhagavan here clearly defines true immortality.
226. Because of the delusion that the alien body is I, birth and death seem to befall us. Therefore, immortality, our true nature, is achieved only when this delusion is completely removed.
Sadhu Om. Birth and death only befall the body, but taking the body to be I, we feel I am born and I will die. If we wish to become immortal, we therefore merely have to cast off this illusory identification with the body, and we will then realize that we are the ever unborn and ever immortal self.
227. Death is nothing but the delusion that I am the alien body, and immortality is nothing but the bliss that is gained when that delusion dies through the knowledge of the non-dual self. 228. Can immortality be obtained unless the one who takes this body as I dies as self, having become afraid of this body's death, and having therefore inquired, who is this I? 229. Know and accept that immortality is only the shining of the true clarity, i.e. pure consciousness, without the delusion of mental modifications. Death cannot be overcome by anything other than that pure consciousness.
Sadhu Om. As death is the result of ignorance, it is said in this verse that it can be overcome only by knowledge, the pure consciousness of self.
Chapter 43. Kaya and Kalpa. 230th. To name a transient and illusory thing which is born to die, as Kaya is simply a polite mockery. Only self-consciousness, which is found to be the ultimate truth, is permanent. Kaya.
Michael James, Kaya literally means permanent, but it has come to mean in common usage, the body.
231. The real, unique self-knowledge, which is distilled and obtained when the repeatedly rising ego merges into its source, is the true kalpa, medicine.
Michael James. Yogis generally use the word kalpa to mean the elixir for lengthening the body's life. But Sri Bhagavan points out with this verse that the true kalpa is self-knowledge.
Chapter 44. The Attainment of Bodily Immortality. 232. Only those who do not know that the body is the root disease which gives birth to all other diseases will perform tapas to achieve bodily immortality instead of trying to root out this disease. Such people are like one who toils hard to water mere weeds. 233. Only those worthless people whose form is the poisonous and non-existent ego, which is the base of all terrible diseases, will untiringly perform tapas to immortalize the body, like one who takes a medicine to aggravate his disease. 234. As a result of prolonged, worthy, and well-performed tapas, desiring to stabilize one's individuality instead of ever remaining in the supreme silence is due to dense ignorance, like achieving poverty with great longing and struggling. 235. For those who see through perfect jnana, this bodily life is unreal and merely mental, and therefore know that there is only misery and no benefit in jivas prolonging their jiva's lifetime. Chapter 45. Vairagya, Dispassion. 236. Know that people who offer you praise and puja with worldly ambitions to make your heart swell with joy are only a golden bait offered by Maya to entice you, who are doing tapas with great vairagya.
Sadhu Om. If the praise offered by others gives one even the slightest joy, then, like bait, it will cause one's downfall. Such praise does not, of course, bind a jnana mukta, who has lost his individuality, and so Sri Bhagavan clearly addresses this verse to you who are doing tapas. Many aspirants, even before reaching the goal of egolessness, are enchanted and deluded by the praise and worship of others, and forgetting the goal, they run after name and fame, and going from place to place, they give teachings, blessings, etc. To save them from such self-ruin, Sri Bhagavan graciously gives these instructions. Just as the bait, though golden, will kill its prey, so also name and fame, though seemingly worth achieving, will ruin the aspirant by strengthening his ego, and will hinder him from reaching the goal.
237th. Supreme jnana dawns with ease only for those fortunate ones in whose hearts dispassion towards the pleasures of this world and the next springs forth naturally in this birth. 238. Know well that the experience of bliss exists only in self and never in this life of delusion, and hence achieve self-knowledge, which is the space of grace and the final state of supreme silence.
Sadhu Om and Michael James. Since space is all-pervading, vast, abundant, and subtle, Sri Bhagavan uses the word space, as in space of grace, space of consciousness, space of bliss, etc., to denote the idea of all-pervading vastness, abundance, and subtlety, which are all qualities of self.
239. O my dear friend Vairagya, who is always enlightening me with knowledge by destroying the dense delusion of desire, please do not abandon me who ever claim your friendship.
Sadhu Om. To stress the instruction that we should never give up Vairagya, it is nicely expressed here in the form of a prayer addressed to Vairagya, which is personified as a friend, asking it never to forsake us.
240th. O my virtuous friend Vairagya, when the proverb says, friendship even with a wicked ghost is difficult to break once it is made. If I break my friendship with you who has been protecting me from evil and leading me home during all my past lives, it would be worse than meeting me with the hostility of the whole world.
Sadhu Om. Since it is difficult to break a friendship, even when it is found to be harmful, it is nearly impossible to break one which is known to be beneficial. However, if a beneficial friendship were broken, Especially with such a friend as Vairagya, it would be the worst calamity that could befall one.
241. Whatever thought may rise, not to let it live or grow, but to destroy it then and there without the least slackness by merging it back into its source, is powerful and intense vairagya.
Sadhu Om. Formerly, we were taught by the scriptures that vairagya is to feel aversion for our desires and to reject them. But now, Sri Bhagavan teaches us that true vairagya is to maintain a vigilant self-attention by which every thought, instead of being allowed to rise and develop, is turned back and merged into its source.
242. If by the wonderful weapon of self-inquiry you would continue destroying one by one all the innumerable foes, the vasanas rising in the form of thought, as and when each of them comes out of the fort, Chittam, the enemy's fort will finally be in your hands.
Sadhu Om. All the vasanas, which have the collective name of Chittam, have their abode in the heart. So the enemy's fort, which we will capture, is nothing but our own home, the heart. The destruction of the enemy is nothing but manonasha, the destruction of our own mind. The above two verses are both to be found in prose form in Who Am I?
Chapter 46, Jnana and Vairagya. 243. If the world that is seen is found to be not apart from the seer, that is Jnana. Vairagya is clinging fast to self and rejecting this world with detachment, viewing it as merely void.
Sadhu Om. Though the world is seen both by the Jnani and the Ajnani, the Jnani does not see it as being other than himself. If, on the other hand, one sees the world as being apart from oneself, one is an Ajnani and one is only at the stage of practice, in which case one should view the world as an illusory appearance to be rejected. This practice is Vairagya, which is necessary to gain Jnana. Refer also to Who Am I?
Chapter 47, The Nature of Chittam. 244. Just as a clear prism appears to be red when it is near a red flower, so Chit appears to be the Chittam when it is near, but not truly associated with the dirty, worldly tendencies. The Chittam will remain and shine as the supreme Chit alone, if the syllable tam, which represents the impurity Maya, is removed.
Sadhu Om. The prism remains ever colorless, and its red color is only apparent. To remove the red color, it is sufficient if the flower is removed, because the prism will then be seen to be colorless as before. Similarly, Chit truly remains ever pure, and the impurity of Maya is only apparent. This apparent association of the ever-pure Chit with Maya is known as Chittam, and to remove Tam, i.e. Maya, which is merely attention wrongly focused on second and third persons, it is sufficient if attention is focused on the first person, because the Chittam will then be known to be the ever-shining Chit, Shiva.
Chapter 48, Chitta Suddhi, Purity of Mind. 245. The beauty of external objects induces pleasure but does great harm. Inner purity, however, is not like this, so it alone is the true beauty. This is why wise men adore the one who is pure in heart and say with wonder, "This is God in human form." 246. Great disaster will result if, instead of seeking inward beauty, one seeks only outward beauty. Such foolishness is just like the moth which loves the beauty of the flame, or the cobra which loves the female Viriyan snake.
Sadhu Om. The Viriyan is a very venomous snake, so if a male cobra loves a female Viriyan, he will be courting his own destruction.
Chapter 49, death. 247. To stray from the immortal self, which is the primal thing, the source of all, the home of love, the form of bliss, and the space of supreme jnana, is death.
Michael James. To stray from the immortal self means to rise as an ego.
248. By approaching the Guru and serving him faithfully, one should learn through his grace the cause for one's birth and for one's suffering. Knowing then that these are due to one's straying from self, it is best to abide firmly as self, since this is the means to avoid such death. Chapter 50. The Jiva's Dwelling Place. 249. The Jiva dwells in the heart, which is beyond mental conception, and his vasanas also dwell there. If, instead, the vasanas dwelt above, in the brain, would they not be destroyed when the brain, head, is cut off?
Sadhu Om, Kavyakantha Ganapati Sastri, was once arguing with Sri Bhagavan, saying that vasanas dwell in the Sahasrara, i.e. the brain. But Sri Bhagavan replied that if that were so, the vasanas would be destroyed, and moksha would be attained when a person was beheaded. Moreover, the vasanas must dwell with their possessor, the jiva, whose home, the heart, must be within the trunk of his body and not within the head, since when a soldier's head is cut off in battle, his body may continue showing signs of life for some time. Sri Bhagavan thus concluded that the life center, which is the dwelling place of the jiva and his vasanas, is the heart and not the brain.
250. Since the flame of Kundalini rises upwards from the base of the spine, the Muladhara, and the nectar flows downwards from the brain, the Sahasrara, the target is the heart, the life center.
Michael James. In the waking state, when world and body consciousness are felt, the I consciousness is spread throughout the body. But when self-attention is practiced, the I consciousness begins to withdraw itself. This withdrawal takes place through the channel known as Sushumna Nadi, which stretches from the base of the spine, the Muladhara chakra, to the brain, the Sahasrara chakra. This rise of the I consciousness through the Sushumna Nadi is known as the rise of Kundalini, which is described as a serpent only for the dull beginners in yoga. The I consciousness, having been withdrawn and gathered in the Sahasrara, will then flow down towards its source, the heart, and the thought-free vacuum thus left in the Sahasrara is felt as bliss. This bliss is known by yogis as the nectar, and it is felt to be flowing downwards as the I consciousness descends towards the heart.
251. Whoever contemplates upon whatever center as if self were dwelling there, it will appear to that person, due to the mind's power of concentration, that self is experienced in that center. Yet, the true center of self is only the heart, wherefrom the I thought rises and where it sets as a place of refuge.
Michael James. The phrase, whatever center, may include any of the 6 imaginary yogic centers or any other point in the body which may be chosen for the practice of concentration.
252. Leaving aside self, the heart, with which one is connected in all the 3 states, if one concentrates upon any other center as if one were dwelling there, one will only be absorbed in a delusive laya and one cannot thereby know self and be saved. Chapter 51. The Heart. 253. The heart is said to be of 2 different kinds, one to be ignored and the other to be considered. The first kind, which is perceptible through the senses, being on the left side of the chest, is inert.
Sadhu Om. Since the pulsation, which is the sign of life, is caused by the fleshly organ on the left side of the chest, people generally conclude that it is the heart, which is the life center or seat of self in the body. Sri Bhagavan here denies this opinion and teaches the place of the true heart.
254. The heart, which pervades both inside and outside the body, shines on the right side of the chest, according to the experience of Jnana. Know that it is only for fools that mistake the body for self that the heart is in the form of a fleshly organ on the left side of the chest.
Sadhu Om. See also, the wise man's heart is at his right, but a fool's heart is at his left. It is well known to those who understood Sri Bhagavan correctly that, although he said that the heart is on the right side of the chest, he never advised anyone to meditate on that point in the body. It is unfortunate, therefore, that some devotees of Sri Bhagavan, having not reflected over verse 22 of Uladu Narpadu Anubandham, that heart is both inside and outside, yet it exists beyond the limitations of both inside and outside, used to meditate upon the right side of the chest, and also recommended others to do so. Because the teaching in verse 261 and 262 of this work have not been recorded in any of Sri Bhagavan's other works, and because these two verses have not been adequately translated and made available in any language other than Tamil, such a wrong interpretation persists even now, and people still continue with this wrong practice. Verse 3 of the 5 verses on the oneness of self, which also appears in this work as verse B8, should be referred to and understood here.
255. If self, the Lord of the soul, did not indisputably reside on the right side of the chest, why do one and all have the habit of touching only that place to denote their self whenever they say I? 256. The indescribable heart is the mirror in which all, i.e., the entire universe, appears. The one single consciousness, the space of mere being, alone is the primal and supreme thing, the silent whole.
Michael James, that one single consciousness, the space of mere being, means the unalloyed and simple consciousness I am, and not I know myself, and hence it is called mere being.
257. Heart, the source, is the beginning, the middle, and the end of all. Heart, the supreme space, is never a form, it is the light of truth. 258. The death of the mind drowned in the ocean of self-consciousness is the eternal silence. The real I is the supreme heart space, which is the great ocean of bliss.
Sadhu Om. This verse says that the mind drowns in the ocean of self-consciousness, Chit, which is the real I, Sati, and the ocean of bliss, Ananda. Hence, the subtle manner in which this verse is phrased gives the implication that we are the ocean of Sat Chit Ananda.
259. You, the mind, cannot cognize self, which is the perfect unbroken existence and the one without a second. The heart, Sat Chit Ananda, which is the same thought-free self, is Animalai.
Sadhu Om. Since even the gods Brahma and Vishnu were unable to know the top or bottom of Arunachala, the blazing column of self-consciousness, it is named in Tamil Anamalai, which means unattainable hill. Thus, when even the gods cannot cognize self, the mind cannot do so either. That is to say, neither the gods nor the mind can know their source, unless first they merge into it and lose their individuality, i.e., unless, by remaining as self, they cease to be gods or mind.
260th. He who knows that heart will never be ruined, having lost the sense of bondage, he becomes the supreme. He is free from the thoughts of duality, and he alone enjoys, without delusion, the real bliss. 261. Though the heart is said to be both inside and outside, it truly exists neither inside nor outside, because the appearance of the body, which is the base of the difference inside and outside, is itself a mental conception. 262. While the body is, in fact, in self, One who thinks that self or heart is within the insentient body is like one who thinks that the screen, which is the substratum of that cinema picture, is contained within the picture.
Michael James, the translation of B8, which appears here in the original Tamil text, is the same as the translation of verse 262 above, but in its Tamil original, Bhagavan has improved upon the style of the previous verse. This verse also appears as verse 3 of Ekatma Panchakam, the 5 verses on the oneness of self. The screen is the substratum on which all pictures appear and disappear, and in a similar way, self is the substratum in which the picture of this whole universe, including the body, is contained. It is therefore incorrect to say that self is within the body. Sri Bhagavan uses this simile to drive home the point that just as the screen is real and the pictures are unreal, self is the reality, and the pictures of the mind, body, and universe are unreal. How, therefore, can the real be contained in the unreal? Suppose a pot made of ice were immersed deep in the sea. Would it not be wrong to say that the water is contained only within the pot? In fact, the water is both inside and outside, and even the pot itself is only water. Similarly, the realized one knows that self alone exists, and that there can be no question of it existing inside or outside the body, since the body and the whole universe are nothing apart from self. This undiluted truth exists even in the state of ignorance, though the ignorant are unaware of it. Inside and outside are only in reference to the body. So when the body is found to be unreal, how can the limitations of inside or outside be applicable? Therefore, self, the reality, should not be conceived as being in any way contained within the body.
263. Therefore, only the Jnani, who has seen the death of the ego, which is in the form of the notion, I am the body, will, with his sharp, subtle, and divine outlook, which is completely freed from delusion, see the heart everywhere and attain greatness. 264. The heart, where the supreme silence of God's grace is shining, is the only state of Kaivalyam, in the presence of which the rare pleasure of all the heavens are revealed to be nothing.
Michael James, Kaivalyam is the state of supreme oneness. Sadhu Om. Sri Bhagavan used to compare all the pleasures available in the celestial worlds, including even Brahma Loka, to the tiny specks of moonlight which fall on the ground through the dense foliage of a large tree, whereas the Jnani's experience of bliss is like the full moonshine in an open space.
265. The heart, which shines pure after the eradication of wavering tendencies and veiling delusion, and which remains as the one truth, is the supreme Atma Loka for which even the gods of heaven are longing.
Michael James. Atma Loka simply means self, and it is here called a loka, i.e., world, in order to compare the bliss of self with the pleasures of celestial lokas. Since even the gods in the celestial lokas, such as Swarga Loka and Brahma Loka, though they are enjoying the greatest pleasures, are still longing for the bliss of self. These celestial lokas are worthless.
Chapter 52. The Guru. 266. The self-consciousness which shines after the destruction of the root thought, the identification with any one of the three bodies as I, is the almighty power, Akhila Parashakti, who resides as I in the hearts of all created beings.
Michael James. It is generally supposed that omnipotence, Akhila Parashakti, is the power of God who creates and sustains the whole universe and the individuals therein. However, this power of creation and sustenance is merely able to limit I to a particular body. But since the true self-consciousness experienced by a Jnani destroys this limitation, it is a greater power. Therefore, Sri Bhagavan points out that the self-consciousness of a Nani is the true Akhila Parashakti.
267. This natural self-consciousness of mere existence without any sense of duality is the supreme silence, which is glorified by the scriptures as the perfection of jnana and which cannot be known by the ego, the foolish demon nature.
Sadhu Om. The self-consciousness referred to here denotes Sat Chit, and it is described as natural because it is ever attained, and not something to be newly achieved. The eightfold siddhis depend upon the functioning of the ego, which is here said to be a demon nature. These siddhis are therefore demonic powers, and not divine powers as people generally believe. In the above two verses, no direct mention is made of the Guru, but they are given in the beginning of this chapter in order to guide aspirants who are intent upon finding the true Guru. These verses teach that the omnipotence, Akhila Parashakti, of the Guru lies in his power to destroy the ego, and that power is simply his mere self-consciousness, and not the ability to perform and display miraculous siddhis.
268. Know and discover that he alone who possesses such Akhila Parashakti, the power of supreme silence which consumes all by remaining as mere existent self-consciousness, is the real Guru who can by his unlimited grace merge any soul who comes to him into the non-dual self, the jnana beyond all speech.
Sadhu Om. The words any soul are used to stress the point that even non-human creatures will be given liberation by such a powerful Guru as, for example, birds and beasts attained liberation through the grace of Bhagavan Ramana. Considering this, even immature human beings must be assured of uplift if they come to such a real Guru.
269. Truly, perfect discipleship, which is the steadfast, supreme devotion that flares up with the merging of the ego into the light of supreme stillness, i.e. self-consciousness, is alone the right guruship. Thus you should know. 270th. He who turns you towards self and reveals to you the knowledge of self is the Guru. In truth, he is self and he is God. Cling to him.
Michael James. As the whole universe which we see is but a projection of self, self alone is God, the real creator of the universe. It is also self alone that, after maturing the devotee through so many births, takes the form of the human Guru in order to reveal jnana to him. Thus God, Guru, and self are one and the same.
271. He who gives do's and don'ts to those who come to him is both Yama, death, and Brahma, the creator to them. But the truly divine Guru is the one who proves to them that nothing is to be newly accomplished by them.
Sadhu Om. The would-be Guru, by ordering those who come to him to perform many actions, karmas such as japa or dhyana, is only loading a greater burden of new actions upon the aspirants who come to him for relief, because they are unable to bear the fruits of the actions they have already accumulated in the past. Instead of relieving them, the would-be Guru plays the part of Yama, death, by crushing and killing them with a greater burden of karmas. Since individuals have to reap the fruits of their actions through innumerable births, the would-be Guru plays the part of Brahma, creator, by making them perform more karmas and thus making them take more births in order to reap the fruits of these actions. However, as the Sadguru knows the truth that self alone exists without a second, he convinces those who approach him that they are none other than self. When, through the power of his silence, they come to understand this truth, they feel that they have nothing to do, but that they merely have to be. as doing alone is action, karma, but being is not. And as it is only karma that brings birth and death, they are relieved from both Brahma and Yama. Unlike other gurus who instruct their disciples to do the 4 yogas, karma, raja, bhakti, or jnana, Sri Bhagavan Ramana makes us stop doing anything in order to discover who does these yogas, and thus he turns our attention towards I, which is the right clue to keep us quiet. This is the nature of the real guru.
272. Since one does not love to listen to the teaching of the Supreme Self, which is ever going on in the heart, one comes out with great enthusiastic delusion. Because of this, one needs a guru outside. 273. That self-consciousness, Satchit, which shines in all as all, is the guru.
Sadhu Om. Guru is that which exists and shines as I in all, and is the one common factor in all.
274. Those who do not understand that the Jnana Guru is the formless supreme space, though he appears in the human form, are the chief amongst all the vilest sinners and criminals. Chapter 53. The Guru's Grace. 275. For those who are suffering here in samsara, which has been created by the good and bad karmas that are the result of dark delusion, the only medicine to cure their mental anguish is the great enthusiasm which they feel for the Guru's grace. 276. The Guru is the one who removes the sufferings and bestows the bliss of liberation upon those who, when they come to him, are swept away by the force of various karmas done with the attachment of likes and dislikes. 277. The gracious look of the Guru, the philosopher's stone, will transmute even the jiva's impure nature, the rusty iron, into pure jnana, the gold. Therefore, the worthiest thing to choose, seek, and steadfastly cling to is the darshan of the Guru's gracious look. 278. To jivas, who are deluded into taking the false to be true, the Guru, who is self, the light to all the gross lights of the universe, exposes the falseness of their truth.
Sadhu Om. The false, in verse 278, denotes the whole universe, including the ego that perceives it. Their truth means what appears true in their deluded perception. The gross lights of the universe, like the sun, moon, fire, are seen by the eyes are known by the mind, and the mind borrows light from the self. Thus, the Guru, who is the self, is the light to all these gross lights. See also Uladu Narpadu Anubandham, verse 7.
279. The Supreme Jnana Guru, the motionless and subtlest space of grace, destroys lagu, the worthless and wavering jiva's gross notion, I am the body, and bestows upon him the true and perfect jnana.
Sadhu Om. The Tamil words emphasize the stark contrast. The Guru represents greatness and heaviness, while laghu means worthlessness and lightness, highlighting how the Guru uproots the jiva's weak and fleeting self-identification with the body.
280. Guru, the Lord of Jnana, who is the power of the unlimited greatness of self, is the supreme silence, which completely defeats the worthless arguments of those stained with the delusion of worldly desires.
Sadhu Om. When defeated by a mere intellectual opponent, one's anger and hostility may persist, so such defeat is temporary. But when the worldly arguments are silenced by the Guru's supreme silence, the mind is overwhelmed with knowledge and bliss, and the enmity disappears. The victory through silence is eternal, leading to love for the Guru.
281. Without killing the body, but by killing, with the glance of his eyes, the ego which poses as if it were really existing, the Guru in no time exposes the entire fiction, from the body to the whole universe as non-existent, and reveals the shining of the one Supreme Self as the only real existence.
Sadhu Om. Just as bright sunlight reveals the non-existence of a snake that appeared on a rope in dim twilight, the Guru's clear self-knowledge exposes the unreality of the entire universe, which only seemed real in the dim light of the jiva's mind.
When a river merges into the ocean, all its individual qualities, speed, current, shape, are lost, yet not a drop of its water substance is lost. Similarly, when the jiva, I am so-and-so, meets the Guru's gaze, all attributes such as so-and-so are destroyed, but the essential self-consciousness, I am, remains shining, unaffected, and alone. This is why it is said the Guru kills without killing. 282. It is impossible to see the divine dance of self-knowledge, the sphurana, I know, in the heart, until the dance of the rebellious mind is destroyed by the divine power of the sword of Jnana, right knowledge, wielded by the great hero, the Sadguru, who has already beheaded the ghost, his own mind.
Sadhu Om. Shiva's cosmic dance is said to occur in the smasana, burial ground, but it cannot be truly witnessed until the many restless ghosts also dancing there are silenced. Likewise, one cannot perceive the divine dance of the sphurana, I, the true essence of Nataraja's dance at Chidambaram, until the rebellious mind, the ghost dancing as I, is beheaded by the grace of the Sadguru, who has already destroyed his own mind.
283. Just as the sight of a lion appearing in its dream will awaken an elephant from sleep, so also the darshan of the Sadguru will awaken the disciple from the dream of this present waking state, which is merely an illusion, into the state of jnana.
Sadhu Om. The present waking state itself is an illusory dream. Just as a dream depends on the background of sleep, the loss of waking body consciousness, this waking state depends on the sleep of self-forgetfulness, the apparent loss of our pure self-consciousness.
This ignorance or self-forgetfulness is a long, deep sleep during which innumerable dreams occur, our many lifetimes. See Ekatma Panchakam verse 1 where Sri Bhagavan expresses this. What the Sadguru destroys is not only this present waking dream, but also the prolonged sleep of self-forgetfulness that underlies all the dreams, births, and deaths. Like the lion that the elephant sees in its dream, which is false, the awakening it causes is real. Similarly, the name and form of the Sadguru, while ultimately not real from the absolute standpoint, cause the true awakening, the dawn of self-knowledge. After awakening, it is understood that even the Sadguru's name and form are not truly separate from self. The notion of the Sadguru as other than I is revealed as false. 284. Just as a deer caught in the jaws of a tiger cannot escape, those caught by the Sadguru's grace will never be abandoned. Having their ego and vasanas completely destroyed, they will realize the non-dual truth.
Michael James. This simile, first used by Sri Bhagavan in Who Am I, might seem harsh, as a deer in a tiger's jaws is usually pitied since it will be killed. However, Sri Bhagavan uses this image to console devotees. Once caught by the Sadguru, they cannot escape and are sure to be saved.
The tiger here is the Sadguru who consumes the ego, the root of all misery. Hence, to be destroyed by the Sadguru means to be truly saved. The annihilation of the ego or individuality is the only real salvation. Got it. Here's the text with the numbered paragraphs kept on their own lines, but all other line breaks removed. 258. The disciple's mind which has soaked in the light of jnana, the feet of the Sadguru, which is abundant, like the light of the sun, can never be imprinted by the threefold differences which appear to exist as if real in self, the pure consciousness.
Sadhu Om. The threefold differences include the triads, e.g. the seer, seen, and seeing, the three states, waking, dream, and deep sleep, the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, etc. Once a photographic film has been exposed to the sunlight, it loses forever its ability to receive the impression of any image. Similarly, once the mind of a disciple has been exposed to the light of the Jnana Guru's grace, it can never be deluded by worldly desires, etc. Refer also to Sri Arunachala Ashtakam, verse 5. Michael James. There are two possible versions of the next verse.
286a. Of what use are spoken words when the eyes of the Sadguru, who bestows jnana through his silence and who reveals the light of self which finally survives, and the eyes of the disciple meet? 286b. Of what use are spoken words when the eyes of the Sadguru, who bestows jnana through his silence, and the eyes of the disciple meet, since that meeting of their eyes will itself reveal the light of self which finally survives?
Michael James. The last two lines of this verse are taken from verse 1100 of Tirukkural. The phrase, who bestows jnana through his silence, may also be translated as, who silently bestows jnana, or who bestows silence, jnana.
287. Perfect jnanas have always and will always say, by the mere grace of the Sadguru, the true thing, the final Brahma jnana, which shines in the pure silence, the rarely attainable Vedanta, will dawn of its own accord in the heart as I. Chapter 54. Some Assurances. 288. Thinking in the proper manner of the Guru's grace, which is beyond expression, and being still, remaining unattached to the false world appearance in front of us, is alone blissful.
Sadhu Om. Sri Bhagavan often used to say, grace is self, which shines in everyone as I. Therefore, thinking in the proper manner of the Guru's grace is nothing but attending uninterruptedly to self. In order to show that this self-attention is nothing but avoiding second and third-person attention, it is described here as remaining unattached to the false world appearance in front of us. Remaining in self-attention by being still is neither a state of laziness, nor is it remaining like a stone in kashta samadhi or laya. It is the state of making an uninterrupted effort towards self-attention. When this state is understood and experienced as our own natural state, then self-attention becomes effortless, and that is sahaja samadhi.
289. Destroy the stealthy ego, which is the thought, I am the body, either by inquiring, who am I, or by melting into nothing by always thinking with love of God's feet. That which will then remain is the light of jnana.
Sadhu Om. This verse clearly shows that the ego can be destroyed only by self-inquiry or self-surrender. One should destroy the ego by whichever of these two means appeals to one as better and more suitable. Anyhow, the destruction of the ego is alone recommended as being essential.
290. Shanti, peace or bliss, which is loved by everyone, cannot at all be attained by anyone, at any place, at any time, or by any means, unless the mind is subdued by the grace of the Sadguru. Therefore, turn towards his grace with one-pointed devotion. 291. If one wants to be saved, one is given the following true and essential advice. Just as the tortoise draws all its 5 limbs within its shell, so one should draw the 5 senses within and turn one's mind selfward. This alone is happiness.
Michael James. The last sentence may also mean, This alone is the happy conclusion. Sadhu Om, this important advice to withdraw the mind from the five senses and to turn it selfward is not given to one and all. It is given only for the benefit of those who wish to save themselves, and not for those who are still vainly hoping to save the world. Such people, who want to save the world, will find no taste for self-attention, and thus they are not yet fit even to save themselves, let alone to save the world. Unless one has first learnt to swim, it is vain and futile to jump into the water to save others.
292. Be assured that that which ever shines, for all, is certainly the true existence of self, I am. When the true God is thus realized as one's own self, without doubt or misconception, the supreme bliss will brim over. 293. Having known for certain that everything which is seen, without the least exception, is merely a dream, and that it, the seen, does not exist without the seer, turn only towards self, Sat Chit Ananda, without attending to the world of names and forms, which is only a mental conception.
Sadhu Om. When it is said, the seen does not exist without the seer, we should remember that the seer is also an unreal dream, like the seen. The instruction, turn only towards self, Sat Chit Ananda, without attending to the world of names and forms, should remind us that Brahman has five aspects: Sat, Chit, Ananda, name, and form, of which Sat, Chit, and Ananda are real, and name and form are unreal. If instead of attending to the unreal names and forms of the world, we attend to Sat Chit Ananda, i.e., self, then the world will be known as Sat Chit Ananda, and not as names and forms.
294. Attention to one's own self, which is ever shining as I, the one undivided and pure reality, is the only raft with which the jiva, who is deluded by thinking I am the body, can cross the ocean of unending births. 295. The false delusion of the jiva can never be lost, unless self, the pure Sat Chit, which is the one reality ever shining within, without a second, is realized. 296. Having annihilated the delusive mind which always dwells upon worldly things, having killed the restless ego, and having completely erased the worldly vasanas, shine as Shiva, the pure consciousness itself.
Michael James. The ego is called restless because it is always rising, setting, or wandering.
297. Do not wander outside, eating the scorching sand of worldly pleasures, which are non-self. Come home to the heart, where peace is shining as a vast, everlasting, cool shade, and enjoy the feast of the bliss of self. 298. O aspirant, having come to the Lord's feet for refuge, with great devotion and with a spirit of self-surrender, give up completely the desire for occult powers and siddhis, and aim only to attain and enjoy the bliss of liberation, which is itself Sadashivam, the Supreme Lord.
Sadhu Om. This verse is a warning not only for those who desire to acquire siddhis, but also for those aspirants who desire to use the siddhis which they have acquired according to their prarabdha. Women, wealth, and fame are the only things that can be gained by occult powers and siddhis. So, by advising us not to desire these powers, Sri Bhagavan is indirectly advising us to give up these threefold desires. From this verse, we learn that Shiva and liberation are one and the same. In Atma Vidya, the Song of Self-Knowledge, verse 5, Sri Bhagavan also uses the name Annamalai to denote self. So we should understand that in many places where words such as Hara, Shiva, Shiva's feet, the Guru's feet, etc. are used in this work, they denote self and not a personal God. Here's your text with the numbered paragraphs separated and all other line breaks removed.
299. Having come under the sway of grace, ever revel in the dense blazing mass of supreme knowledge, the feet of Lord Hera, the indestructible reality, without yielding to the mental activities of thinking and forgetting. 300. Man, the deluded ego mind, cannot be freed from confusion and fear of birth and death, unless he subdues himself by taking refuge under the protection of grace. For, by any other means, the force of past karmas, i.e. vasanas, is unconquerable. Chapter 55. The Guru's Uchishtam.
Michael James. When food is offered to the Guru, if the remaining portion is given to the disciple, it is considered to be very sacred and a sign of the Guru's blessings and grace. This remaining portion of food is known as Uchishtam.
301. The Uchishtam given by the Guru to the disciple is the enlightening words of instruction, coming from his own self-realization. The right manner of partaking of his Uchishtam is for the disciple to silently abide in self as soon as he hears them. 302. After offering the ego, the attachment to the body as I, as food to the supreme whole, the silent Guru, the attainment by the disciple of self, which remains shining in the heart, is the eating of the Guru's Uchishtam.
Sadhu Om. The feeling, I am so-and-so, is the ego, but when this is surrendered or offered to the Guru, only the portion so-and-so, i.e. the attachment to the body, is removed. What then remains is only Sat Chit, I am, which can never be either offered or taken. This I am is self, which is described here as that which remains shining in the heart.
303. It is said by sages that the mere life on earth of a great Janani, who ever revels in Sat, Yasi self, is itself the supremely pure Uchishtam of God, which will remove all the sins of the world.
Sadhu Om. The emphasis in this verse is that even the words, teachings, and writings of a Janani are not necessary, since his mere existence on earth is itself enough to remove all the sins of the world.
Chapter 56. Guru Puja, Worshipping the Guru. 304. The habit by disciples of worshipping their Guru, who has taken them as his own, is, if pondered over, only observed as an outward formality, just like a wife's habit of outwardly observing proper reverence towards her husband while in company.
Michael James. In India, it is the custom for a housewife to pay formal reverence to her husband by many actions, such as always sitting at a lower level than him. In truth, however, both of them know that these actions are mere formalities, and that, since they are one in life, she is not really menial or inferior to him. In the same way, even the self-realized disciple will observe the formalities of outward reverence towards his Guru, even though both of them know that they are, in truth, one in jnana.
305. For those who ever think of and cling to the feet of the Sadguru, who is the blazing flame of pure jnana, through the grace obtained by such Guru Bhakti, their minds will become clear and they will achieve jnana, i.e., the true knowledge. 306. In those who are fortunate enough to surrender to the feet of their Sadguru, Parabhakti, i.e., the supreme love, will grow. Such Parabhakti will itself grow into jnana, which will completely burn away all other unworthy desires. 307. When Sri Krishna, the ocean of grace, having Arjuna between himself and us, tells us, "Know for certain that I will release you from the bondage of the two kinds of karmas if you reach me," he is advising us to reach self.
Michael James, having Arjuna between himself and us, means that Krishna is giving all of us instructions through Arjuna, just as an orator talks to a microphone, although he is truly addressing his speech to his audience. The two kinds of karmas are punya karmas, meritorious actions, and papa karmas, demeritorious actions.
308. Worship of i.e. surrender to the feet of the Guru with Guru Bhakti is the real mantra, which will destroy all the rising vasanas and bestow jnana, in which there will be no fear of Maya's delusion. Thus should you know. 309. Though one performs all kinds of worship to the Guru, who is none other than the supreme Shiva walking on earth, losing I, the ego, and merging into uniting with him, the Lord of one's soul, is the best of the modes of worship.
Sadhu Om. All other ways of worshipping the Guru involve the use of body, speech, or mind, and therefore, unlike the merging of the ego into self, I, Jiva Brahma Aikya, they are such that they cannot be performed always and without a break. Hence, Jiva Brahma Aikya is the best way of worshipping the Guru. Refer also to Upadesa Undyar, verse 30. Knowing that which survives the annihilation of I is alone the true tapas.
310. The great delusion caused by the ignorant ego creates the sense of separateness, which conceives the differences such as guru-disciple, Shiva-jiva, etc. One's attainment of the state of silence, where such a sense of separateness never rises, is the meaningful namaskaram, I must the obeisance, which one should make towards one's guru. 311. Having destroyed the dualistic sense I am the disciple by the great fire of the teachings of the Jnana Guru, the Lord, the shining of the state of supreme silence devoid of all vasanas, is the true way of worshipping the Sadguru. Thus should you know. 312. By being well established in the supreme knowledge, Guru Bottom, which is a perfect experience, attained by means of the inward inquiry, who is this I which is adopted through ignorance? The fictitious sense, I am the disciple, Sishya Bottom, is completely annihilated. This is the right worship of the Sadguru to be performed by a worthy disciple.
Michael James. A perfect experience means one which is complete, continuous, and without doubts. Sadhu Om. The sense, I am a jiva, is called jiva bodham, and its destruction is generally known as Shaiva bodham. Similarly, the destruction of the Sishya bodham, the sense I am a disciple, is called, in this and other verses, Guru bodham. Thus, Guru bodham simply means Atma Jnana, the state of self-knowledge. In this state, both the individual sense of the first person, I am so-and-so, and the sense of otherness, second and third person, such as the Guru, are not experienced. Hence the sense I am the disciple has no real existence, and thus, in this verse, it is called fictitious.
313. Since that which has come in the form of the Sadguru is nothing but the all-pervading, like the sunlight, vast space of supreme jnana, the noble attitude of giving no room in that vast space to the rising of the individual mind, I is the worthy worship to be performed to the Sadguru. Thus should you know. 314. For a worthy disciple, the proper worship of the Guru is having the firm outlook of Jnana Guru Bodham, through which the disciple sees the whole universe, which is nothing but the forms of I and this, each bound by desire towards the other, as the form of his Guru. Thus should you know.
Michael James. I and this means the seer and the seen.
315. the dissolving of the ice, the ego, I am the body, in the ocean of Guru Bodham, which shines as the one blissful self, is the right worship of the Guru. Thus should you know. 316. Naturally, never giving room to the ego's sinful outlook, which divides the unbroken, single, all-pervading nature of the Guru into many, is the best worship of the Guru, who ever shines unobstructed.
Michael James. This verse clearly teaches us the true nature of the Guru. He is not the limited human form. He is the unbroken, single, all-pervading consciousness. The ego's outlook is said to be sinful because of the great sin which it commits by dividing and seeing the one real Sat Chit Ananda as many unreal names and forms of the universe.
317. After surrendering one's body, wealth and soul to the Sadguru, the avoidance of the crime of Datapahara, that is again mistaking the body, etc., as I and mine, is the pure worship of the Sadguru. Thus should you know.
Sadhu Om. Datapahara is the crime of taking back what has already been given. So long as a disciple feels I am the body, and this is my body, he cannot be considered to be one who has surrendered himself to the Guru. Instead, he should be considered to be one who has stolen the things which he has already given to another. In short, annihilation of the ego is the complete self-surrender, and that alone is the right Guru Puja, worship of the Guru.
318. The subsidence of the mind's mischief, of leaving the feet of the Sadguru, who has taken one as his own by once subduing the threefold fire, and of straying away into the fiery desert of sense pleasures, and its merging into self, is the worthy worship to be performed to the lotus feet of the Guru.
Michael James. The threefold fire is the three kinds of desire, namely for women, wealth, and fame. When a ripe soul first meets his Sadguru, he at once feels, even without any effort on his part, a great peace in his heart, and the removal of all worldly desires. This is due to the power of the grace which prevails in the Sadguru's presence. This experience is the right sign by which one can know that the Sadguru has taken one as his own. This feeling of peace may either remain in one permanently or temporarily, according to the degree of one's maturity. But whichever is the case, there is no doubt that this is the sign that one has been brought under the protection of the Guru's grace. In the hearts of the less mature souls, the desirelessness and peace which have once been induced by the Guru's grace will seem to fade away after a while, and his mind will seem to desire worldly things. But the disciple need not get disheartened, thinking that he has been abandoned by the Guru, just as a deer can never escape once it has been caught in the jaws of a tiger. So also, those who have been taken by the Guru as his own will never be abandoned, but will surely be saved. It is only as the result of grace that all the hidden worldly vasanas in the disciple's heart are now churned and brought up to the surface of his mind, in order to be destroyed by the power of discrimination which is bestowed upon him by the Guru. Because only then will he be able to understand that unbroken peace is earned by one's own self. In this way, the Guru makes the peace as the disciple's own, because until it is thus found to be his own nature, the disciple cannot experience it permanently. Therefore, the less mature soul is warned that, though his threefold desires are once subdued by the Sadguru's grace, he should not stray away again into the fiery desert of sense pleasures. This effort of his is described here as the worthy Guru Puja. Refer also to Who am I?, where the same idea is expressed in the following words: Those who are captured by the glance of the Guru's grace will surely be saved and not abandoned. Yet, one should follow without fail the path shown by the Guru.
319. One's merging into the heart through the inquiry into the nature of the ego, which is a delusion in the form of mind, is the right worship of the lotus feet of the Supreme Mauna Guru, who is beyond the mind.
Michael James, since the Guru is nothing but the Supreme Muna, silence, which is beyond the mind, any worship performed by the mind will not be fitting. By merging the mind into the heart, silence alone prevails, and that is the right medium through which he can be fittingly worshipped.
320. The right worship of the lotus feet of the Guru, who shines as the vast supreme space, is the prevention of the rising and spreading of the dark cloud of the wrong outlook of the ego, who, though behaving as the body, pretends to be Satchit, existence consciousness, i.e., self.
Michael James, the wrong outlook of the ego, which is described here as a dark cloud, is to see a multiplicity of names and forms, which are all unreal. This dark cloud thus obscures the nameless and formless reality, which is the true nature of the Guru, and hence the right Guru Puja is the prevention of the ego's rising.
Chapter 57. The Greatness of the Guru. 321. Though one has shaken off all vices, secured all virtues, renounced all relatives, and observed all the austerities prescribed by the Shastras, can one reach eternal bliss unless one meets the Jnana Guru? No, one cannot. 322. It is certainly impossible for one to attain and enjoy the supreme bliss of liberation, the ultimate gain, unless one receives the grace of the Sadguru, who shines as the one whole, which puts an end to the differences of dyads and triads. 323. The Sadguru, the one unlimited whole, who pervades this and all other worlds and all time and space, and who shines as I within and as everything outside, is he who resides in the hearts of his intimate disciples as the pillar of light of knowledge, the divine lamp which needs no kindling. 324. By coming near to the Sadguru and by depending completely upon his grace, with great Guru Bhakti, one will have no misery in this world and will live like Indra.
Michael James, Indra is the king of the Devas, and he has all the enjoyments of heaven at his feet.
325. Seated in the heart throne of his beloved disciples, the Durbar of the Sadguru, who has destroyed all the evils of the disciple, has a mountain-like grandeur. Those who have experienced it, through the loss of their individuality, cannot express it, and those who talked about it have never experienced it. This is the verdict of the Vedas, given by the real devotees, Jnanas. 326. The grand, natural, and sweet self-abidance, Sahaja Atma Nishta of the Sadguru, who is devoid of the ego sense, is the mighty sword which can cut deep and remove the heart knot Hridaya Granthi of his loving disciples.
Sri Muruganar. This verse describes the power of the Sadguru's self-abidance. Because outwardly he is sitting quietly, one should not come to the conclusion that he is not bestowing grace upon one, since his natural self-abidance is itself grace. If one sits quietly before him, this truth will reveal itself automatically.
327. Taking to self-inquiry, as the result of a proper education and understanding, not straying away through the petty senses, and being firmly established in the heart as the mere self-effulgence, is truly following the Sadguru's Upadesa. Chapter 58. Association with Sadhus. 328. Wise people will never associate with those who are vainly argumentative, and who, instead of inwardly subduing themselves through knowledge of the righteous way, munch their empty mouths, due to their lack of any worthy aim.
Michael James. Those who munch their empty mouths is a Tamil idiom which means those who talk much, but about worthless matters.
329. Many are the evils that can befall one if one associates with those mad people whose beautiful mouths alone chatter, but whose minds remain confused. The best association to have is only with those who dwell in the supreme silence through having annihilated their minds. 330. O mind, immediately give up and cut your connection with those wicked people who go the wrong way, always arguing for the unjust. Associate instead with Jnanis, who ever abide in the state of peace, devoid of confusion. 331. Since all vices are born only out of the fictitious enthusiasm, which is caused by loss of self-attention, pramada, the blissful state of jnanai, true knowledge, where the ego, which is that ignorant enthusiasm itself, is annihilated, is all the virtues. 332nd. Spotless jnanis alone are truly virtuous. Others, ajnanis, are base-natured. Therefore, to be saved, we should approach only those virtuous ones who ever abide in the truth, by having got rid of the false worldly delusion. Chapter 59. The Greatness of the Devotees. 333. Beyond speech is the greatness of those who have earned the privilege of becoming a prey to the glance of grace of the Sadguru, who has ripened as the fruit, the Supreme Self, on account of the invincible achievement of self-knowledge. 334. Hiding his own form, taking another form as a human being, Lord Shiva enters the group of his enlightened devotees who have staunch devotion to him, as if he were one among them, taking immense pleasure in their holy company.
Sri Muruganar. Thus, Sri Bhagavan indirectly tells us that the Sadguru is none but Shiva himself.
335. The greatness of devotees cannot be limited. Devotees are greater than Brahma and Vishnu, who often serve the devotees as if they were their slaves. It is only the greatness of devotees that the Vedas proclaim. Chapter 60. Brahma Vidya. 336. Seers of the rarely seen truth say, Brahma Vidya, which is worthwhile for the aspirant to learn, is to see the truth of the seer who sees the world instead of seeing the world which is seen. 337. Brahma Vidya is nothing other than seeing that which remains when all these three, the mirage-like world, the seer of that world, and the bright eyes seeing, are burnt without a trace.
Michael James. All these three, which are referred to in this verse, are the triad, i.e., triputi, the seen, the seer, and the seeing.
Chapter 61. The Truth in All Religions. 338. Who am I? The scrutiny of the indispensable truth of one's own self is the sole life current passing through all the religions which have come to save us. Thus should you know.
Michael James. The truth of one's own self is said to be indispensable, because all other things depend upon it, and without it, they could neither shine nor exist.
339. Just as the string which is strung through every bead is only one and not many, so the Supreme Lord exists and shines as the one light in every religion, and so he also exists and shines, not as another, but as the one self, I am, in all the innumerable creatures. 340. Just as one flame appears to be many lights when it is lit in many lamps, so it is the one self alone which appears to be many different individuals, jivas, when it is seen through many different attributes, upadis. 341. If there were not in each religion at least one word which could reveal the transcendental, supreme thing in the heart as clearly as a mountain on a plain, then all the researches and arguments found in the scriptures of that religion would become nothing but the hubbub of a cattle market.
Sadhu Om. It is asserted in this verse that at least one word or saying, Mahavakya, which easily reveals the fact that self is the supreme reality, will be found in every true religion existing on earth. Some of those pointed out by Sri Bhagavan are
In Hinduism, Tattvam Asi, Aham Brahmasmi, etc. In Islam, An al-Haq, see verse 962. In Judaism and Christianity, I am that I am. These words clearly show that God is the reality of the first person, I. 342. Various religions teaching various principles have come into existence in order to suit the various levels of maturity of the minds of the people. Therefore, it is wisest to have an outlook of equality upon these religions, which should be encouraged and not condemned. Chapter 62. The Vision of Limitlessness. 343. For the one who has obtained the eye of self-knowledge by diving deep within himself, there is no other thing to be seen or known. Why? Because, having lost the wrong knowledge that he is the body form, he has rightly known himself to be the formless.
Sadhu Om. According to the maxim, as the eye, so is the sight. So long as we know ourselves as the name and a form of a body, we will see the world and God as names and forms, and hence they will appear separate from us. But when we realize that we are not the body form, then the world and God, which previously appeared as mere names and forms, will disappear, and self alone will shine as the formless and limitless one. For those who are in this state of self-knowledge, nothing will remain to be seen or known.
344. Those who have sought for God within the moving temple, this body, and seen him here clearly and without any confusion, will certainly see him shining even in the vast temple, this wondrous universe.
Sadhu Om. The Tamil original also allows the last line of this verse to be interpreted as, "Will certainly see him in the idols installed in all the temples which have been wonderfully constructed in this world."
345. For those who have known without delusion the truth of God, how he resides and shines within as the soul to the soul, even the presence of a worm, which is usually rejected by others, will shine as the beloved presence of the Supreme Lord.
Michael James. The soul to the soul means self, Atman, which is the source and life of the individual soul, Jiva.
346. For those who shine as self, which is grace, since their mind, which is the form of ignorance, has died, everything and every place will be found to be supremely blissful in their divine view, which emerged as self-existence. 347. To those who see with their physical eyes, God appears to be a lustrous form. To the eyes of great yogis, he appears as their heart lotus. To the Brahmins who perform yajnas, he appears as the fire of the yajna. But only to Jnanis, who have the eye of limitlessness, does he appear everywhere.
Sadhu Om. Those who see God as a lustrous form, a heart lotus, or a fire, are only seeing a mental image, and thus for them God is only visible in those particular limited places. But since the Jnani's mind, which was limited by time and space, has been destroyed, he alone attains the true seeing of God, and hence he sees God everywhere. Thus it is stressed in this verse that only a Jnani is able to truly see everything as God. and that others can only try to imagine the existence of God in everything.
348. Merely remaining as the I, i.e. self, which is the one space of consciousness, by having annihilated the idea I am the body form, and by having lost all the conceptions of the mischievous mind, is rightly and perfectly seeing God. 349. When the tricky senses are controlled, when mental conceptions are removed, and when one is unshakably established as self in the heart, then the knowledge which shines in that state of firm self-abidance is the real God, Shiva. 350th. Such a true seeing, which is devoid of illusion and deception, is the state in which one shines as the ocean of bliss. Only in the supreme silence which is thus achieved in self-abidance will the soul never again have a downfall. Chapter 63. The Loss of Individuality. 351. When scrutinized, is there any existing thing such as ego, the troublemaker, except a mere name? I? Certainly not. If at all anything exists for the name I, it is truly self, just as the thing which exists for the false name snake is truly a rope.
Michael James. The falsity of I, the ego, is stressed in this verse.
352. When the ego dies, its base, the supreme self, shines in all its fullness. No harm comes to you, self, when the ego dies. Therefore, don't be afraid.
Michael James. The final sentence may also mean, therefore, don't be worried.
353. Those who have sacrificed their mind as an offering to Shiva in the blazing fire of the supreme jnana tapas, i.e. self-inquiry, are Shiva himself. Knowing thus, we should also perform this sacrifice and attain the state of formless Shiva.
Michael James. The second sentence may also be translated as, knowing them, jnanis, to be Shiva himself, we should worship them and thereby attain the state of formless Shiva.
354. Do not doubt, with fear, what will happen when you completely lose your individuality, Jiva Bodha. The true state of self will then itself be yours, just as one will permanently remain firm on the ground when one loses one's hold on the branch of a tree.
Sadhu Om. Immature devotees often used to ask Sri Bhagavan, it is only this individual jiva that longs for all kinds of achievements, including moksha. So if this individuality is destroyed by vichara, how can moksha be achieved, and by whom? Hence, in this verse, Sri Bhagavan assures such people by saying, fear not, when the ego or individuality is annihilated, the state which remains will reveal itself as the true state of self, in which everything is accomplished. There is an old Tamil saying which says that if one loses one's hold on a branch, one will be ruined, and hence it is rather strange and beautiful that Sri Bhagavan uses the same simile to assure us that loss of individuality is the highest attainment, and that it should not be feared. The significance of this simile can best be understood from the following story. A man was once seen standing under a tree, but clinging to a branch above his head, as if for dear life. When his friends asked him why he was clinging with so much fear to the branch, he replied that if he let go, he would fall to the ground. Wondering at his foolishness, his friends pointed out to him that he was already standing on the ground, and that he therefore had nothing to fear. After much trouble, they persuaded him to let go of the branch, whereupon he discovered the truth of their assurance. Those who fear to lose their individuality are just like this man. But clinging to their individuality, they are gaining nothing, and if they once let go of it, they will know for themselves that they are always the ever-blissful self, and that there was never anything for them to fear.
355. Since in sleep where the world loses its reality, everyone truly knows his existence, and the non-existence of I am this, i.e. his individuality, all must accept the reality of the indestructible self. 356. The state in which the thought I, i.e. the ego, does not rise even a bit is the state I am Brahman. Does anyone become non-existent in sleep, where the thought I does not rise?
Sadhu Om. It is made clear in this verse that just as we experience no loss of our self-existence in sleep, where the individuality subsides, so even in jnana, where the individuality is permanently destroyed, there is no loss for we, the self-existence. Therefore, there is no need for us to fear the loss of individuality.
357. If we scrutinize properly, the state of I-lessness is our real state of consciousness, in which the inertness of the fleshy body is fully removed. Does one not survive the loss of individuality in sleep without being affected? Know this truth by abiding in the state of wakeful sleep, i.e., turiya or jnana. 358. To remain without I is the state of jnana, self. Truly, it is the blissful and peaceful state, I am Shiva. Know that the same is the kaivalya, i.e., non-dual state of Brahma Nirvana, which is glorified as the state of transcending birth and death.
Sadhu Om. Refer to Uladu Narpadu Anubandham, verse 13, in which egolessness alone is said to be the state of all greatness.
Chapter 64. The Pure I, Sudahankara. 359. When the ego, I am the body, is annihilated, the unlimited and unbroken I-self shines forth. The shining forth of this I is not fictitious like the ego, which takes birth in a filthy body on earth and suffers in bondage.
Sadhu Om. The feeling I am the body is the ego. In this mixed consciousness, the attribute the body alone is the impurity. When this impurity, the body identification, is removed, that which remains as I am is self, which is also called the pure I, or Sudahankara.
360. Know that the natural, unbroken, and ever-existing heart, I, which shines free of delusion, is the Sudahankara, pure I, which is seen in Jivanmuktas, since it has no sense of doership in any activity. 361. Those who live a perfect life of Jnana, attained by the destruction of the impure ego, I am this fleshy body, will be reveling in self, unmindful of the body, with great peace devoid of desire. Chapter 65. The Shining Forth of Self. 362. Only when one's own source, the heart, is known through inquiry, will the false first person, I, fall down. And only when that false first person falls abashed will the true first thing, self, spring forth in all its glory. 363. When the insubstantial ghost, the ego, which rises from the darkness of ignorance and whose dance is itself all this universe, is inquired into, it disappears like the bridegroom's friend in the story. And when it disappears, self, the sun, rises up tearing away the darkness of ignorance, Maya.
Sadhu Om. A stranger once entered a marriage house and posed before the bride's party as the bridegroom's best friend. And with the bridegroom's party he posed as if he were a member of the bride's family. Thus for 5 days he passed his time happily, eating well and bossing the servants. But on the last day, when inquiries began to be made about him, he disappeared. Similarly, the ego rises and poses both as chit, consciousness, the nature of self, or as jada, inertness, the nature of the body, though it truly belongs neither to self nor to the body. Thus, it enjoys its special position until it is inquired into, whereupon it disappears.
364. The ending of the ego, by its drowning into the space of silence, is our true life of living as the space of jnana. Therefore, when the ego disappears, like a false dream, into its source, the real I-self will shine forth spontaneously. 365. This body is the cross, the ego, the identification I am the body is Jesus. The killing of the ego through self-inquiry is the crucifixion of Jesus. The survival of self from the death of the ego and its shining forth as the supreme thing is his resurrection. 366. The death of the ego in the unlimited silence, the non-dual truth, and the shining forth of self is the Kaivalya Siddhi, the attainment of oneness. In that state of jnana, pure bliss will gloriously blaze forth as one's own true nature. Chapter 66. Getting rid of miseries. 367. If the jiva, who is ever deluded and is always suffering from a feeling of deficiency, wants to get rid of all his miseries and to be happy, he need only know the Supreme One, his Lord, to be his own self. 386. Not even the least of one's miseries will cease unless one knows that, by forgetting which one becomes deluded by the mighty agent, worldly Maya. 369. Let him who weeps over the death of his wife and children weep first for the death of his ego, I am the body, and attend to his own self, then all his miseries will die completely. 370. If you love others only for their bodies or their souls, i.e. their egos, you will suffer from grief when their bodies die and their souls depart. Therefore, in order to be free from such grief, have true love towards self, which is the real life of the soul.
Michael James. A person's soul is nothing but his ego, the identification, I am the body. The true life is self, and not the soul or ego.
Chapter 67. Desirelessness, Nirasa. 371. Desire makes even an atom appear as great as Mount Meru before it is achieved, and vice versa after it is achieved, and thus desire makes one always poor. Hence we have never seen any bottomless abyss that is as impossible to fill as desire, which can never be satisfied. 372. O good-hearted aspirants who want perfection, instead of trying to avoid poverty, which is a deficiency created by the mind, by acquiring wealth, it is better to acquire shanti, mental peace.
Muruganar. Poverty is truly created not by a deficiency of wealth, but by the deficiency of the wandering and desirous mind. Hence, poverty is not removed by acquiring wealth. It is removed only by subsiding the mind.
373. Will the mind which drowns in love for the feet of the Lord start to dance in ecstasy, jumping as before into the delusion of married life and sexual pleasure? 374. Sages, the knowers of the truth, declare that the destruction of all mental activities, chitta vrittis, is alone the greatest happiness. Therefore, desirelessness, i.e., the attitude of indifference, which is devoid of both likes and dislikes, is the best means. 375. Those who have desire are afflicted by the wretched anger when their desire is obstructed, and so it is certain that desire is inherent in anger. Therefore, when all the 6 vices are dying, desire dies last.
Michael James. The 6 vices are desire, anger, miserliness, confusion, i.e., the inability to discern the truth, pride, and jealousy.
376. When it is said that having a desire even for the supreme state of silence is failing to observe the great Sat Akara, is it akare to have desires for the worthless body and other worldly things?
Sadhu Om. Akara means observing high principles in life, and having any kind of desire is anakara. The greatest of all principles is satakara, or brahmachara, which is nothing other than abiding as sat, i.e. self. For one who is observing satakara, which is the perfect state of love, even the desire for liberation should be considered to be wrong, because desire implies a movement of the mind towards a second or third person, whereas love has the form of unbroken and unmoving existence. This is the significance of the ancient saying, "Cut the desire even for God." Though the meaning of akara should be understood in this way, we find in our midst people who boast that they are observing akara, and that they are therefore certainly above all others in life. They maintain untouchability, they hide themselves while eating, they take great care in wearing their clothes in a particular manner, etc. Yet at the same time they are mistaking the filthy body to be themselves, and they have innumerable ugly desires. Can their behavior be considered to be ahara? Surely not. Therefore, unless one attains atmanishta, i.e., perfect self-abidance, all one's boasting about observing akaras is meaningless.
377. He who never thinks, "I want this, I do not have that," will be ever contented with only those things which come to him according to his prarabdha. Will such a person leave his state of contentment and worry himself foolishly? 378. Except for the one who has completely cut the tie of desires, the false appearance that he is a suffering jiva will not cease. Therefore, without any hesitation, one should cut even the desire for the great divine happiness.
379. O foolish mind who is suffering due to the desire for the petty pleasures of this world and of the next, if you remain quiet, i.e., without desire, you will certainly attain that state of bliss which surely transcends the pleasures of these two.
Chapter 68. Bondage and Freedom. 380. The annihilation of the delusion of the freedom of the individual is the attainment of the painless freedom of self. This is the one supreme knowledge which exists equally in all religions, which have so many branches.
Sadhu Om. Since Dharma, i.e. righteousness, is the root of all religions, and since egolessness alone is the essence of all dharmas, it is shown here that egolessness is the only truth, existing equally in all religions.
381. The repeated births, which are caused by the ignorance of not knowing self, will not cease by any other means but knowing self. Only the real self-knowledge, which shines after the annihilation of the dense delusion, the ego, I am the body, will cut bondage. 382. Great jnanis, who never see anything as bondage except the rising of innumerable chittavrittis, do not see anything as liberation either, except the death of all chittavrittis. This is the truth. 383. The impure mind which deludes itself as if it were limited is the jivat man, i.e. individual soul, who suffers as if he were bound. If it remains still without likes, dislikes, or wonder, that pure mind is itself the paramatman, i.e. self.
Michael James. The Tamil phrase translated here as if it were limited, may also mean as if it were a drunkard.
Chapter 69. Self-inquiry. 384. Giving up the attitude of outwardly inquiring more and more, who are you? Who is he? It is best to always inwardly inquire with great interest about oneself. Who am I? 385. If one attends to the center of oneself with a keen mind to know who am I, the identification I am the body will die, and the reality will shine forth as I. Then all the illusory differences, which are like the blueness seen in the sky, will disappear. 386. All doubts and questions pertaining to duality and otherness will be destroyed by the question, who am I? This question, who is this I who doubts and asks about other things, will itself turn out to be the Brahmastra, and will destroy the appearance of all otherness, which is nothing other than dark ignorance.
Michael James, the Brahmastra is the greatest and most powerful divine weapon.
387. By destroying the mischievous and frisky ego through the inquiry, who is this I who sees the outside world through the deceitful senses? To remain permanently in Jnana Paranishta is truly the means for one to attain liberation.
Michael James, Jnana Paranishta means the supreme abidance as the true knowledge.
388. The individual who inquires into his real nature, who am I, will die as the I-less self.
Sadhu Om. This is like saying, the river will die as the ocean, i.e., the ego will die through inquiry, and that which will survive its death is the I-less self.
389. Restraining the mind from going outside through the senses and fixing it always in its source, self, which is known as the heart, so that the vain I thought will not rise again, is the Atma Vishara, self-inquiry.
Sadhu Om refer to who am I, where it is said, always keeping the mind fixed in self. That alone is Atma Vihara.
390. To know the supreme thing, which shines in the heart as existence consciousness, it is useless to search for it as God, outside with great enthusiasm, instead of slowly and steadily attending to it as it is by remaining in solitude. To search for it outside is just like trying to dive within the water with a naked lamp in one's hand in order to find a person who has drowned in a flood.
Michael James, a naked lamp will be extinguished on coming into contact with the water, and will therefore not help one to find the missing person. Similarly, if one's attention is towards second and third persons, it will not help one to find the supreme thing, which is the reality of the first person.
391. Refer also to Sri Arunachala Ashtakam, verse 4, where searching for God outside while ignoring Arunachala, who shines as existence consciousness, i.e. self, is likened to taking a lamp to search for darkness. 392. Self, which shines within the 5 sheaths, should be attended to within the heart. Instead of doing so, to inquire for it in the scriptures is only scriptural inquiry. How can it be self-inquiry?
Sadhu Om refer to who am I, where it is said, self is within the 5 sheaths, but the scriptures are outside the 5 sheaths. Therefore, seeking self in the scriptures when it is to be found within by negating the 5 sheaths is futile.
393. When manolaya is gained by restraining the breath, one should keenly inquire, using such a peaceful mind which is now condensed from the scattered 5 sense knowledges into the one I consciousness, and know that Sat Chit, which is not the body.
Sadhu Om. Manolaya is a state in which the mind knows no objects, and it is of 2 kinds, sleep and Kevala Nirvikalpa Samadhi. In sleep, the mind gets no light from self, and in Kevala Nirvikalpa Samadhi, though the mind gets light from self, it remains merely as the I thought, and the vasanas are neither allowed to function, nor are they destroyed. When one wakes up from either kind of manolaya, the vasanas start functioning as before, and so no progress is made in laya, however long one may remain in it. Therefore it is said that it is not sufficient to stop with manolaya, even if it is kevala nirvikalpa samadhi. Laya results because the mind is restrained from dwelling upon external sense objects, but though the mind is not wandering, and is therefore peaceful in this state, one cannot progress further. Whenever the mind wakes up from laya, it will be quiet and peaceful, i.e., it will not be wandering towards objects. And therefore one should make use of such a peaceful mind by directing it towards self-attention. Because only through self-attention can manonashya, i.e., destruction of the mind, be attained. This verse clearly shows what Sri Bhagavan meant in Upadesa Undiyar, verse 14, where he wrote that the mind which has been stilled by breath control will be destroyed if it is engaged in the one path, Vaji in Tamil, Eka Chintana in Sanskrit. This one path is nothing other than self-inquiry, as this verse makes clear, and so we can certainly conclude that all the other interpretations which are recorded in some other books are not correct.
393. Those who take to the pure path of self-inquiry are never derailed because, like the sun, this supremely direct path itself reveals to them its own unchallengeable clarity and uniqueness.
Sri Muruganar, unlike karma, bhakti, yoga, etc., which critically analyzed have to yield to the other paths, changing their course and bending a bit, self-inquiry never has to yield and change its course because of the uniqueness of self. Hence, Sri Bhagavan calls the path of self-inquiry the pure path and the direct one. Besides, since one has to take to at least a little self-attention in order to reach the final goal, even though one may have been advancing through some other path, this path is called the Supreme Path by Sri Bhagavan. Since this path is compared to the sun, we should take self to be the sun, and self-inquiry to be its ray.
394. Since death is nothing but pramada, those who want to conquer death should always ward off pramada, and since this alone is essential, there is no rule prescribing a time or place to inquire into self.
Michael James, pramada means inadvertence, i.e., giving up on the way what has been undertaken. Here pramada denotes slackness in self-attention. Like death, pramada may happen at any time or in any place, and therefore self-attention should be vigilantly maintained at all times and in all places.
395. Since time, place, etc., which seem to exist, cannot have a real existence of their own apart from the undivided and perfect Brahman, none of them can be unsuitable for practicing self-inquiry.
Sadhu Om. The Tamil word for unsuitable, vilaku, can also mean target, so the alternative meaning can be nothing bound by them, time, place, etc., should be taken as a target for meditation. This means the entire universe of names and forms, all second and third persons, should not be objects of meditation, such as A. A place for the heart on the right-hand side of the chest. B. Any chakra or center in the body. C. Any name or form of a god or goddess. D. Any divine light or sound.
396. One's unceasing effort to turn the mind, which is always extroverted due to habit, cultivated in past births, towards self by the self-inquiry, who am I, is the great war being fought between devas and asuras, gods and demons, described in the Puranas.
Sadhu Om. These wars are not mere myths or ancient stories. They represent the constant battle within a sadhaka, spiritual aspirant, between focusing on the self and the habitual outward tendencies of the mind.
397. Whenever a thought arises, instead of trying even a little either to follow it up or fulfill it, it is better to first inquire, to whom did this thought arise?
Sadhu Om. This teaching is also elaborated in prose form in Who Am I?
398. When one inwardly inquires, is it not to me that this thought has arisen? Then who am I? The mind will return and subside in its source, and the already risen thought will vanish. 399. When one practices like this daily, impurities are removed from the mind, making the practice easier and easier until the mind reaches the heart immediately upon starting the inquiry. 400. Just as creatures fleeing from a forest fire perish in the heat, so all the vasanas, latent tendencies, hiding in the heart will be destroyed, unable to withstand the growing blazing fire of self-inquiry. 401. The thought, who am I? After destroying all other thoughts, will itself finally die like the stick used to stir a funeral pyre, and then supreme silence will prevail forever.
Sadhu Om. Refer also to Who Am I?
402. When the delusion veiling the self, the light of consciousness of unlimited bliss, Satchitananda, is destroyed by the clear inquiry, who am I? One's own nature shines forth gloriously as the Atmakasha, space of self. 403. Just as an iron ball heated in fire shines as fire itself, when the impure jiva, individual soul, is burnt in the fire of self-inquiry, it will shine as the self. 404. By inquiring, who am I, the deluded one who suffers so much? The delusion will dissolve. Reality will be attained. Jnana, true knowledge, will dawn. Muna, silence or inner stillness, will flow forth, and the bliss of peace will prevail. 405. It is only due to the delusion caused by ignorance of the truth of self that jivas, individual souls, suffer. Therefore, one should always engage in the practice of jnana, the inward inquiry, who am I that is suffering? 406. By contact with the philosopher's stone, that is proper and unceasing inquiry, the ghostly jiva will lose the rust of mental impurities and will be transformed into the supreme Shiva, pure being.
Sri Muruganar and Michael James. Here, inquiry is likened to the philosopher's stone, mental impurities to rust, the jiva to the base material, and shuva to the pure gold. This metaphor beautifully illustrates the transformative power of self-inquiry.
407. If the Son of God, the jiva who has forgotten his real nature, i.e., the self, eagerly inquires within, who am I that is lamenting over the miseries of life? He will realize his greatness, that he is truly one with his Father, the Self.
Michael James. This verse is framed in the context of Christian doctrine, highlighting the universality of the teaching across spiritual traditions.
Chapter 70. The True Tapas. Michael James. Sri Bhagavan here explained that tapas means self-denial, and the true self-denial, ego denial, is nothing but self-abidance, atmanishta. 408. The purpose of tapas is to know that the supreme atma-jnana, self-knowledge, is graciously and naturally shining always in all creatures, and to experience it by being it. Tapas is not to newly create or obtain jnana. 409. To fix the stupid and egotistical mind as one with the pure Shiva, i.e. self, by subduing it within the heart so that it cannot wander out through the sense organs, is alone the best tapas, say the true tapasvins. 410. Uninterruptedly maintaining atmakara vritti, i.e. the flow of self-attention, which swallows within itself the appearance of the universe with all its differences, is, when pondered over, the only mark of the unique tapas. 411. Alas, because of the delusion caused by not knowing that tapas, which is one's natural duty, should be done with love, people torture themselves in the fire of miserable tapas, in spite of the fact that the ocean of bliss, the true goal of tapas, is always brimming over.
Sadhu Om, tapas literally means scorching or undergoing self-inflicted tortures. But since these meanings seem to be inappropriate, Sri Bhagavan has given us a new definition for this word in Upadesa Undiyar, verse 30. In that verse, we told that Atmanishta, REE, self-abidance, which is the ocean of bliss, is the real tapas. There are some people who, in the name of tapas, torture their bodies by engaging in austerities such as Panchatapangi, i.e., sitting for meditation surrounded by 5 fires, above and on 4 sides, etc. These activities can be called tapas in its literal sense, yet they are only performed for the fulfillment of desires, either in this world or in the next. Though these desires may be selfish, i.e., for one's own individual benefit, or unselfish, i.e., for the benefit of the whole world, they are possible only so long as the ego survives. The aim of true tapas, on the other hand, is bliss, which can only be achieved when the ego is annihilated. Therefore, highly discriminative people should perform the true tapas of destroying the ego. The only path or tapas which will destroy the ego is self-attention, which is often known as self-inquiry. Is this self-attention a self-inflicted torture or a scorching experience? According to the divine saying, "I am the path and the goal," the path must be as blissful as the goal. And since everyone knows from his own experience in sleep that the state of egolessness is blissful, it is clear that attending to self, which is the nearest and the dearest to all of us, will also be blissful, and it will not be an experience of torture or misery. Thus, since self-attention is to be undertaken with such love and pleasure, why should it be regarded as being tapas in its literal sense? Therefore, Sri Bhagavan declares that to think of tapas as being a miserable experience is due to delusion and ignorance, and thus he introduces a revolutionary idea about tapas. Happiness is our true nature, but through inattention born of ignorance, we leave it, come out, and suffer. Hence our natural and happy duty is to lovingly restore self-attention and to thus abide in our true nature.
412. Silence, which is the experience of Shiva, the supreme chit, jnana, is the true tapas by which Brahman, tat or sat, is achieved. 413. Just as it is impossible to trace the path through which a bird flew in the sky and the path through which a fish swam in the water, so it is also impossible to trace.
Michael James. The path by which jnanas reach self is self-inquiry, which is the real jnana marga, but since the ego itself vanishes on this path, not only is no trace left behind, but also no one is left to find it. When it is said that it is impossible to trace the path, it means that the path can neither be known or expressed because, although we are given clues to such as self-attention, when the ego attempts through practice to know what self-attention exactly is, the ego itself is lost.
414. Union with the feet of the Lord as the form of love, bhakti, in which all the ego's activities die, is the path of Siddhanta, the loss of the ego by abiding in self, Atmanishta, which is the supreme jnana, and bliss is the path of Vedanta.
Sadhu Om. Since the annihilation of the ego is stressed in both the paths, Siddhanta Marga, i.e. Bhakti Marga, and Vedanta Marga, i.e. Jnana Marga, are not different, but one and the same.
415. Knowing para, i.e. self, the supreme, through self-inquiry, by discriminating between para and apara, i.e. non-self. By attaining inward dispassion towards apara, and by remaining where the notions I and mine are completely lost, is the way of life of jnanis. 416. Know that the following is the right way by which the suffering jiva can revel in Shiva. Reject God, world and soul as being false appearances in Brahman, just like the appearance of silver on a shell. Chapter 71. A Research on True Knowledge.
Michael James. The Tamil word for knowledge is arivu, which not only means true knowledge, i.e., pure consciousness, chit, but can also mean mind, the knowledge of sense objects, the knowledge of the arts and sciences, etc. In this work, it is therefore translated each time according to the particular sense in which it is used.
417. Shiva shines in the golden heart temple of knowledge, i.e. consciousness, as knowledge itself. Only those who know him by the pure eye of knowledge are truly worshipping the truth, because knowledge itself is the true supreme thing. 418. The highest jnana, which is knowing the perfect reality, is knowing the knowledge by knowledge itself. Until the knowledge is thus known by the knowledge itself, the mind will have no peace. 419. Just as the ornaments are known to be many and different, but the gold is known to be one, so the sense objects are known to be many and different. Here the gold signifies the one absolute being knowledge, which results from the destruction of the chittam, i.e. the store of vasanas, and which is devoid of the qualified and objective sense knowledges. 420. To know the sense objects as true instead of knowing the truth of the seeing knowledge, i.e. the seer, is due to ignorance born of false delusion. The true knowledge is not learning all the arts which you want to know, but losing the imaginary relative knowledge in self-knowledge. 421. Only the pure knowledge of Satchit, i.e. the consciousness I am, truly exists. All other sense or mind knowledges which function in it as if true are nothing but dark and fictitious ignorance. Hence, it is dangerous to believe them.
Sadhu Om. The plain and simple knowledge. I am, which is experienced by everyone in deep sleep, is the perfect knowledge. Sleep is not ignorance, it is one's pure state. Wakefulness is not knowledge, it is ignorance. There is full awareness, i.e., knowledge in sleep, and total ignorance in waking.
422. All other knowledges are defective and petty. The experience of silence, i.e. self-knowledge, is alone perfect knowledge. The different objective knowledges are merely superimposed on self, the pure knowledge, and hence they are not true. 423. Will those great ones who have the pure jnana drishti, i.e. the outlook of jnana, consider the objective outlook of the petty ego to be knowledge at all? The knowledge is only that which knows the pure knowledge, and not that which knows other things.
Sadhu Om. That which knows the pure knowledge is the self-knowledge which shines as I am.
424. Though one has known many subtle, rare, and wonderful things, can one be a jnani until one comes to know the knower of them? Know that one cannot be.
Sadhu Om. Refer to Atmavidya, verse 3. Without first knowing ourself, of what avail is it then to know anything else? For what else is there to know after self is known?
425. Tell me, O mind that madly rushes outwards, can there be any source from which all this universe springs forth other than that knowledge which is never born out of another? 426. Why is knowledge often said to be the only base for anything and everything? Because knowledge, which is the base for everything which rises, i.e., which comes into existence, remains as the sole base even for its own existence.
Michael James, read verse 428 along with this verse. Refer also to Upadesa Undiyar, verse 23. There is no consciousness, chit, other than existence, sat itself to no existence.
427. A support, i.e. a base, is needed only for an inert thing which is asat, i.e. which is not real existence. Why then does a necessity arise that we, sat-chit, should need some other chit as our support? It is because of the delusion by which we think that we are the impure chitta mind.
Michael James. There are two possible versions of verse 428.
428a. Because our real nature is itself sat existence, unlike other things which are asat, know that the base for the ever-existing consciousness is that same self-existing consciousness itself. 428b. Since I, our real nature, ever shines as existence, sat, unlike other things which are non-existent, asat, i.e., which seem to exist at one time and not at another time, know that I, self, which shines of itself, i.e., without any other aid, is the base for the ever-existing consciousness, chit. 429. Thus, while that consciousness, the reality itself, is you, instead of knowing with that consciousness that you are consciousness itself and remaining as it is, you know the world which rises out of you, the consciousness, and suffer very much. Alas, what can I say about this?
Michael James. Though the world is seen outside, it is only an apparent manifestation rising from within.
430. Those who do not know through self-inquiry what is the truth of their natural state, self, mistake the alien body to be I and see the world as different from themselves and hence suffer in delusion. All other things except that I, which shines as the one undiluted existence consciousness bliss, Satchit Ananda, are seen on account of the deceitful play of Maya. 431. To one whose attention is only upon the things known, the five sense objects, but not even the least upon the knower, to such a lump of mud, the fleshy body, in the form of a human being, can any scripture teach true knowledge? Jnana? 432. Is it not because you are knowledge, i.e. consciousness itself, that you're able to know the world? If, instead of knowing the world, you turn your attention, taking that consciousness alone as your target, it will itself, as the Guru, reveal the truth, i.e. reality.
Sri Muruganar. Turn your attention taking that consciousness alone as one's target. This is the state in which one consciously remains, not knowing other things and not forgetting oneself. Since throughout the waking and dream states, the mind was in the habit of attending to other things. The second persons, i.e. the world, which is a mental conception, it can only conceive even God, who is in truth beyond mental conception, to be an object of perception. But now, when the mind attends to self, self destroys this illusory habit of the mind and makes it know, I do not exist. Only self, the real God, truly exists. Thus consciousness, one's target, itself as the Guru, reveals the truth. The mind's longing to see God in the form of an object, i.e. as a second person, is due to the forgetfulness of its true nature, existence consciousness, and to its acting with doership as an individual. But when, giving up the objective attention, it remains as consciousness itself, the aforesaid doership and forgetfulness are lost, and the mind now understands that self alone is the real God and thereby attains eternal peace.
433. Only the truth of self is worthy of being scrutinized and known. Taking it alone as the target, one should keenly attend to it and know it in the heart, i.e. within. It can be known only by the silent and clear mind which is free from agitation and activity. 434. All kinds of knowledge, even the knowledge of all the arts and sciences, will completely merge into the silence, the pure knowledge of self. All other states, as well as knowledges, appear to exist only because of the play of Chit Sakti, the knowing power, the mind, which exists in self, the supreme and natural state of bliss.
Michael James. All other states means all states of knowledge, consciousness, other than the silence.
435. The natural consciousness of existence, I am, which does not rise to no other things, is the heart, since the truth of self is clearly known only by this actionless consciousness, which merely remains as self. This, i.e., the heart alone, is the supreme knowledge.
Michael James. Actionless consciousness is the consciousness which does not have the action of rising and knowing other things. Sri Muruganar. The word heart denotes self and not a place. Being self, Atmanishta, is itself knowing self, Atmajnana. Consciousness, Chit, knows existence. Sat, because existence is not other than consciousness.
436. All that is known should be known to be merely that knowledge, which knows them, and should merge into knowledge, self, one's very reality which shines in such an intensity of self-abidance, utterly destroying all differences, is liberation, the unequaled state.
Michael James. That knowledge, which knows them, is the mind.
437. Since the nature of reality is non-dual, i.e. not two, true knowledge cannot be the knowing of another. Therefore, when the mind is absolutely free from delusion, i.e. does not know an other, and abides unwavering in beatitude, that is the true knowledge.
Sadhu Om. Since the real thing, Sat, is one and not many, the real knowledge, Chit, must also be one, the knowledge of one's own existence, and it cannot be the knowing of many things. Hence, the self-abidance in the form of I am, the feeling of mere first-person singular, wherein the mind, the distorted knowledge that many things, which everybody has now, has been put to an end, and its moving nature, i.e. Biri, knowing other things, has been stopped. Alone is the true knowledge.
438. Know that knowledge is non-attachment. Knowledge is purity. Knowledge is union with God. That unforgettable knowledge is fearlessness, abhayam. Knowledge is the elixir of immortality. Knowledge alone is everything.
Michael James. Here and in the following two verses, knowledge is used in the sense of pure consciousness. Abhayam may alternatively mean the place of refuge.
439. The knowing of the breadth and length, the bottom and top, the depth and height of knowledge is nothing but the blissful stillness of mind. It is impossible for even gods to know that state of knowledge.
Sri Muruganar. Since knowledge transcends all limitations and measurements, it is beyond comprehension. The merging of the mind knowledge in the non-dual knowledge, Kevala Arivu, and remaining there in bliss alone is the knowing of the knowledge.
440. Without knowledge, self, there is no world. Without knowledge, there is no soul. Without knowledge, there is no God. Therefore, the knowing of knowledge, as defined in the previous verse, is the ultimate goal. Chapter 72. Nirvana.
Michael James. Nirvana means unveiling, i.e., the shedding of the 5 sheaths.
441. Just as the snake sheds its skin without any suffering, it is our worthy duty to shed the 5 sheaths, which cause misery on account of fast attachment to them. 442. Jiva nirvana is the state in which the attachment to the 5 sheaths has been removed in order to enjoy fully the silent bliss born out of the grace of the Lord, Self, who is the consciousness space.
Sadhu Om. This verse can also be interpreted in the following metaphorical and mystic way. The bride, the jiva, in order to be granted the full enjoyment of her bridegroom self, has to shed her shyness in form of attachment to the 5 sheaths.
Chapter 73. The Attainment of Self. 443. Since it is our common experience for one and all that we remain bodiless and shine alone even in a state of nothingness, i.e., sleep, where the world does not exist, losing permanently our identification as I with the form of 5 sheaths, is indeed the attainment of self or self-realization. Thus should you be sure.
Michael James. In the understanding of most aspirants, self-realization is the attainment of something, self, which they believe they do not have as yet, while in fact, self-realization is the loss of something, the ego, which is already there. To make room, it is enough that the lumber be removed. Room is not brought in from elsewhere, says Sri Bhagavan in Maharshi's Gospel, Part 1, Chapter 4.
444. Since when the ego is destroyed, the self-sun shines as the sole reality, putting an end to this dream, which is false, and bringing about the true awakening. The mere destruction of the ego through self-inquiry is the attainment of self or self-realization. Thus should you know.
Michael James. The dream, which is false, is this present waking state. The true awakening is the state of Turiya, or Jnana.
445. When I and mine are destroyed by the clear, true knowledge, which is free from the questionable knowledge, I am the body. Even while living in this illusory world, that is the state in which one abides as that.
Michael James. Free from the questionable knowledge may also be translated as free from the 5 sense knowledges. The purpose of the 2 previous verses is to describe the true nature of the attainment of self. Since the Mahavakya, I am that, denotes this state of self-attainment, self-realization, the destruction of the ego is also the attainment of I am that, as is described in this verse.
446. Since the reality, the source of I, the ego, shines so very subtle in the heart as to be known only to a very subtle attention, it is impossible for those whose mind is as gross and as blunt as the head of a pestle to attain the target.
Sadhu Om. Refer to Vichara Sangraham, Chapter 8. Just as it is impossible to separate the fibers of a silk cloth with a thick crowbar, and just as it is impossible to find out the nature of minute things with the help of a lamp flickering in the wind, the experience of self cannot be gained by a mind which is gross and wavering due to the influence of dullness, tamoguna, and activity, rajoguna, because it, self, shines very subtle and motionless.
Chapter 74. The conclusive knowledge to be obtained, or the well-established knowledge.
Michael James. The title of this chapter has 2 meanings. 1. The conclusive knowledge to be obtained through reflection, and 2. The well-established knowledge, the jnana of the jnani. Out of the 4 verses in this chapter, the first 3 deal with the conclusion which we have to reach through reading and reflection, and the 4th verse describes the state of unshakable self-knowledge of a jnani.
447. Because in the perfect thing, silence, self, no thought rises, because place is merely a thought, and because the two other places, second and third persons, rise only after the rising of I. I, the first person, is the first place.
Sadhu Om. In Tamil grammar, 1. I, the first person, 2. You, the second person, and 3. He, she, it, or they, the third person, are called the first place, second place, and third place respectively, unlike in most other languages. Those who do deep reflection, manana, i.e. deep thinkers, can find out that this is a good clue for the spiritual quest. How? Time and place, space, are the first two conceptions, illusions born of Maya. In this verse, instructions about the nature of place are given, whereas in verses 747 and 748 of this work, and in verses 15 and 16 of Uladu Narpadu, the nature of time is well described. Because self is mere being, which has no rising, it is to be known that even the first person, which has a rising, is not there. Refer also to the 14th verse of Uladu Narpadu, which says, "When the first person ceases to exist through enquiry into the truth of that first person." Ego is thought identifying as I, a body, which is bound by time and space. Therefore, time and place cannot but be found interwoven in every thought that rises from the ego. Though, at first, it may seem to be a wonder to hear that no one can make any thought without time and place, after a little reflection, it will be found that it is an undeniable truth. Let us now see this verse once again in the light of this explanation. Since out of the three places, first, second, and third, I is the one that rises first, Sri Bhagavan points out that I is the foremost among the place conceptions. Further, it is pointed out that, since place is a mere thought, even I, the first place, is merely a thought. Moreover, by pointing out the logical inference, no thought can rise in self, since the form of self, the perfect thing, is silence. Sri Bhagavan concludes that even the least rising of I, the ego, is not possible there. Just as I, which among the three places, first, second, and third places, is taken for spiritual research, stands as the first and the source of all places, so also the present, which among the three tenses, past, present, and future, is taken for spiritual research, stands as the first and source of all divisions of time. Just as I, the first place, disappears when inquired into, the present, the first time, also disappears on enquiry, revealing the timeless and placeless, spaceless nature of the Supreme Self. Since even the first time, i.e. the present, is merely a thought, just like the first person, it cannot have a rising in self. Thus, since self transcends time and space, ajita, see the note to verse 100, must be known to be the right conclusive knowledge to be obtained, and this is to be understood to be the aim of this verse. Finally, from the three reasons given in this verse, we have to draw 6 conclusions. 1. Self is not a place. 2. Place does not exist in self. 3. I is a thought. 4. I is the first place. 5. Self has no rising. 6. Self is not the first place.
448. That which rises as I in the body is mind. When an attempt is made to find out wherefrom this thought I rises in the body, it, the I thought or mind, which thus searches, reaches the heart. Therefore, it is indeed from heart self that the mind rises.
Sadhu Om. These are the words of Sri Bhagavan in Who Am I? When we wake up, the I feeling rises from one place in the body and then spreads all over the body. What is described in this verse as first is that place. However, Sri Bhagavan here gives us a clue that by so tracing the I thought, a place will not be found. But the tracing power, the one who traces, will dissolve into self.
449. Other than thoughts there is no God, world or soul. In all thoughts the thought I is pervading. This I thought is the first of all thoughts. The source from which the I thought rises is the heart.
Michael James. When in this verse and the previous verse, heart is said to be the source from which the mind rises, heart should not be taken to be a place. It must be understood to be the thing from which mind emerges. The reason for asserting so is given in the next verse.
450. Those who abide firmly in self will never know any other thing as a base, i.e. as a place, but self. They, the really sat shining, Chit one affording a place to all things, as does the screen in a cinema show, will make them shine as if real.
Michael James. The Ajnani feels that he is only the body, and therefore he experiences the universe as outside of himself. That is, he thinks that all things are existing, or somewhere in space. In his view, earth or space are the base for all. The Jnani, on the other hand, does not limit himself as a body, and therefore knows that he is not in the universe, but that it is in him. That is to say, he experiences that his existence is the base on which, or place in which, all other things, including earth and space, exist. He knows that because he is, everything seems to exist, and hence they are in him, and he alone is their base.
Chapter 75. The Experience of Happiness. 451. To the extent that one dives within the heart, to that extent one experiences that happiness which, though really shining as the unbroken nature of oneself, is experienced interruptedly in so many different ways by means of the sense objects. 452. If you firmly fix your mind in the heart, the true knowledge will dawn, being then drowned in the experience of the joyous peace of Sadasiva. You will shine as the sun of true knowledge with the splendor of 1,000 rising suns.
Michael James. Sadasiva is the eternal supreme goodness, i.e., self.
453. Whenever thoughts, desires are satisfied, the mind reaches its source, the heart, and experiences only the happiness of self. This indeed happens in this life when the light are obtained, when the dislikes are removed, and during the time of abiding in self-samadhi, of swoon, and of cherished sleep. 454. In this foolish life of egotistic delusion conceived by the petty mean mind, which is a contracted form of the chittam, is there anyone who experiences the true happiness of serene clarity, which shines forth when the chittam remains without even the least thinking?
Michael James. Chittam is the storehouse of the knowledge and the consequent tendencies, vasanas, gathered from birth to birth.
Chapter 76. Sleep. 455. Even though people enjoy the highest happiness in deep sleep, where no other thing exists, instead of understanding that it is the true happiness and trying to achieve it in life, i.e., instead of finding the means, the self-inquiry, to experience it uninterruptedly even in the waking state, craving to obtain other things, sense objects, as if they were the remedies for the miseries that occur, is utter foolishness. 456. Ignorance is concerned only with the other objects which are known to the mad ego in the two states other than sleep and swoon, i.e. waking and dream, but is not concerned with self.
Michael James. The other objects are objects other than self.
457. Terming sleep as a sheath, kosha, is only on account of the foolishness of self-forgetfulness, in which the waking state is considered to be a state of knowledge, prajna. If the concept that the waking state is a worthy and true state of knowledge, prajna, is lost, then the very sleep will shine as the one, non-dual reality.
Sadhu Om. Since one takes the ego consciousness, the I am the body feeling, which exists in waking and dream, to be the real consciousness of one's existence, one is in a state of unconsciousness and ignorance. But if, by means of inquiry, one realizes one's real state as the pure self-existent consciousness, devoid of attachment to the body, the ego consciousness experienced in waking and dream as one's self-existence will be found to be unreal, and the knowledge that the state which was referred to till then as sleep is the perfect, real self-consciousness will dawn. It is only to make this clear that Sri Bhagavan said in Maharshi's Gospel, "Sleep is not ignorance, it is one's pure state. Wakefulness is not knowledge, it is ignorance. There is full knowledge in sleep and total ignorance in waking."
458. That one who, not knowing his real greatness, is deluded into thinking that he was unable to see or know anything during sleep is only the fully fattened ego, the root, who was considering himself during the previous two states, waking and dream, to be the seer, and it is not you, self.
Sadhu Om, for self, which was shining during sleep, there was no delusion of such knowledge and ignorance. All these are only for the ego. It is only the ego who was absent during sleep, who says after rising in the waking state that he did not know either other things or even himself.
459. When the triads, seer, seen, seeing, knower, known, knowing, disappear due to the destruction of the base, the foolish ego, and when the manyness, the states of waking and dream, is thus completely destroyed, the pure, broad, daylight self that then shines like 100 suns is the night of Siva, Sivaratri.
Sadhu Om. Sivaratri is an auspicious night when all jivas, including Brahma and Vishnu, worship Lord Siva. The beauty to be noticed here is that such a night is explained to be pure, broad daylight. Why? Since no other thing is known there, it is night. And since the pure consciousness shines there, it is bright daylight.
460. When the beginningless, impure tendencies, which were the cause for waking and dream, are destroyed, then sleep, which was considered to be leading to bad results, i.e. tamas, and which was said to be a void and ridiculed as nescience, will be found to be turiyatitam itself. 461. Anandamaya is said to be a sheath, kosha, because of the great desire towards the waking state of the one identifying with the vijnanamaya, kosha. But when the strong ego identifying with vijnanamaya is destroyed, the anandamaya that survives will lose the nature of a sheath, kosha, and remain as the supreme bliss.
Sadhu Om. Only because we have desires in the form of subtle tendencies to leave sleep often, and to rise and make pravrittis in the Vijnanamaya kosha, the intellect, buddhi, the sastras describe the blissful state of sleep as a sheath. It is only one's attachment, the desire to be active in Vijnanamaya, that drags one out of the Anandamaya kosha, sleep. If this attachment is lost, the leaving of the blissful sleep will not happen. Then, the uninterrupted state of bliss, in sleep, instead of being a mere sheath, will shine as our natural, unending, true state of bliss.
462. If one achieves the unshakable state of self-attention, one's existence consciousness, till sleep overtakes one need not be heartbroken, feeling, the delusion of ignorant sleep, The forgetfulness has overcome me, i.e. sleep will never come.
Sadhu Om. Since the knowing of the consciousness I am continues even there, it will not be asleep, but will be experienced as the state of the shining of the self.
Chapter 77. The Real Thing. 463. The rope, the true knowledge, self, into which disappears the wonderful snake, the mind delusion, which exists so long as it is not inquired into and becomes non-existent when inquired into, alone is the real thing.
Michael James. The whole universe, which seems to exist on account of the wonderful illusion, the mind, is not the real thing. The real thing is only self-knowledge, the one, into which the whole universe disappears when mind, its root, merges. Since non-inquiry alone is the reason for the seeming existence of the mind, self-inquiry alone is the only way to know the real thing.
464. The knowledge of the supreme bliss which shines naturally, as am, without any desire and beyond differences, in the well-established self-abidance, samadhi, is the real thing. 465. Since at all times and in all places the unmistakable self, I am alone, shines eternally as the one thing, except that all other things at all times and in all places have to be dismissed as false.
Michael James. What is called time and place itself is false.
Chapter 78. The Loss of Doership. 466. The pure bliss of peace will shine within only for those who have lost the sense of doership. For this foolish sense of doership alone is the poisonous seed that brings forth all evil fruits. Instead of going on, driven by the restless thoughts, performing actions such as, I should do this, I should give up that, as if they were worthy to be done, acting according to how the grace of God, the Lord of our soul, leads us, is the right form of truly worshiping Him. 468. In ancient days, the chaste lady, Draupadi, had her honor saved, and her sari lengthened by the grace of Lord Krishna, only when at last, letting go of her own hold on her sari, she lifted up both her hands in complete surrender to him, and the strong wicked one, Duchasana, who was stripping her, fell down abashed.
Sadhu Om. So long as Draupadi was trying to hold her sari by her own hands, lest it should be stripped off, and was calling Sri Krishna for help, his grace did not begin to function. But as soon as, having complete faith in his gracious protection, she gave up holding her clothes with her own hands and lifted them above her head, her surrender became complete, and hence his grace began to function by making her sari grow unendingly and by making the wicked Duchasana, who was stripping her, fall down in a swoon. This incident is pointed out there in order to instruct us that we should give up the sense of doership and should thus surrender to God completely and unreservedly.
469. Those who, like a child who does not seek to know what is good for it, but leans upon its parents, purely depend upon the mother, Chit Sakti, the grace of the Lord, reach his feet and remain naturally in his service. Ye see, abide in self, having lost all actions done with doership, which are caused by the defectfful delusion, Maya, I am the body.
Sadhu Om. Rather than upon their own effort, which is only the 130 Sri Muruganar sense of doership, devotees or aspirants always depend upon the power of the grace of the Supreme. This power is personified here as the Mother. She is described as Chit Sakti because grace shines in everyone in the form of self-consciousness. The Sphurana, I. Since this is purely on account of the unaccountable mercy of the Lord, such grace of His is described here as the Mother. The correct way of understanding Sri Bhagavan's instruction here is that aspirants should completely and without doubting cling to the self-consciousness, I. Like a child which, not even trying to know what is good for itself, depends solely upon its mother. If an aspirant, not even trying to know any scriptures, trying to do any yoga, or expecting any help from outside, simply clings to the I consciousness, that alone is sufficient, and he will easily and surely be saved from all delusion and pitfalls. Since clinging to the I consciousness is merely a being and not a doing, neither does it need doership, nor does it turn out to be action, karma even. Thus, the aspirant naturally ever abides in self. Sri Bhagavan advises that this self-abidance alone is the state of one's remaining in the service of the Lord.
470. The Lord who has fed you today will ever do so well. Therefore, live carefree, placing all your burden at his feet and having no thought of tomorrow or the future. 471. Know well that even performing tapas and yoga with the intention, I should become an instrument in the hands of the Lord Siva, is a blemish to complete self-surrender, which is the highest form of being in his service.
Sadhu Om. Since even the thought, I am an instrument in the Lord's hand, is a means by which the ego retains its individuality, it is directly opposed to the spirit of complete self-surrender, the I-lessness. Are there not many good-natured people who engage themselves in prayers, worship, yoga, and such virtuous acts with the aim of achieving power, form God, and doing good to the world as one divinely commissioned? It is exposed here that even such endeavors are egotistical and hence contrary to self-surrender.
472. One's thus becoming a slave to the Lord, and one's remaining quiet and silent, devoid even of the egotistical thought, I am his slave, is self-abidance, and this is the supreme knowledge.
Sadhu Om. How the same supreme knowledge, which is obtained through the path of jnana, self-inquiry, is obtained even through the path of bhakti, self-surrender, is shown in this verse.
473. Seated in the heart of everyone as heart, the Lord will ordain everything according to one's destiny, prarabdha. Therefore, if we unswervingly abide in self, our source, all will happen unerringly. 474. Those who have the strong faith, he who has planted this tree will water it, will never be distressed. If he who planted it sees the tree drying up, let even that pathetic sight be only his burden.
Michael James. Devotees with great faith in God never feel concern for the needs of their life because they are so sure that God will never abandon them. Even when it happens that they are not provided with their needs, they do not feel that they are afflicted. They simply endure with it patiently, feeling that it is only God who has to suffer by seeing them troubled. Hence, on all occasions they are happy. This verse thus assures that for such devotees, there is no misery at all in life.
475. Since God alone is the root, all that is offered to him will go to the whole banyan tree, the world and souls which sprout out from him, the root.
Sadhu Om. Submitting oneself to God is like watering a banyan tree at its root. If, rejecting this self-surrender, which is nothing but the state of true knowledge, one engages oneself in the world, thinking that one is doing service to the world, it is just like spraying water on the leaves and branches of the banyan tree. On the other hand, if one surrenders oneself to God, truly that alone is the real service to the whole world and all the souls. Here, some may doubt that this instruction seems to contradict the 5th verse of Upadesa Undiyar, but, in truth, it is not so. How? Verse 5 of Upadesa Undiyar points out that worshipping the universe by imagining it to be God is only a thought process enevaji padal, and that its fruit is also only the purification of one's own mind, karuttai tiruti, as pointed out in verse 3. Such worship is not for the benefit of the universe, but by surrendering oneself to God, thought or imagination stop, and one attains the state of perfect knowledge. Attaining this supreme knowledge alone is truly helping or serving the world. Hence, the instruction given in verse 5 of Upadesa Undiyar is for those sadhakas who want to gain purification of mind, citta suddhi, whereas the instruction given in this present verse is for those sadhakas who want truly to serve the whole world. Therefore, if we scrutinize in this way, it becomes clear that these two instructions do not contradict each other. How is the true knowledge alone the best service to the world? Let us see. Suppose one dreams in his sleep that his friends are wounded by a tiger. Rather than his supplying medicine to his dream friends, would not his waking up from his sleep be doing real help to them? No other efforts taken in the dream itself will be a real service to them. So also, realizing self, which is the real awakening alone, will be the only proper way of serving the whole universe. Since jumping into service of the world with a sense of doership will increase the egoism of an aspirant instead of giving him citta suddhi. The real benefit of karma yogi, Sri Bhagavan, with the intention of saving aspirants from such ruin, gives them proper instruction in this verse.
Chapter 79. The Attainment of Actionlessness. 476. Whether or not one is performing actions, if the delusion of individuality, the ego, I am the doer of actions, is completely annihilated, that is the attainment of actionlessness.
Sadhu Om. People generally think that the attainment of actionlessness is a state in which one should remain still, giving up all activities. But this is wrong. Sri Bhagavan Ramana proclaims that the loss of doership alone is the right kind of actionlessness, and this alone is nishkamya karma, action done without any desire for result.
Chapter 80. Self-surrender. 477. To him who surrenders himself, my and mine, to the Lord gives himself here and now. Only such a one who has thus lost himself in God and gained the knowledge of Brahman remains ever in the experience of the pure supreme bliss of Siva.
Sri Muruganar and Michael James. Surrendering oneself to God means surrendering the notions I and mine. The Lord's giving himself means that, after the loss of I and mine, existence, consciousness, bliss alone remains. To denote the nature of his shining forth as existence, consciousness, bliss, Sri Bhagavan says that such a one gains the knowledge chit and drowns in bliss, ananda. Since existence, consciousness, bliss, which is one's own nature, takes no time to shine forth as soon as I and mine are lost, it is said in this verse that the Lord gives himself here and now.
478. When scrutinized well, what results from all the efforts made in Bhakti Marga is that one's ego form dissolves through the strength of intense meditation on the feet of the Lord, and the individuality is lost at his feet by self-surrender.
Michael James. How does the ego form dissolve through the strength of intense meditation on the feet of the Lord? Intense meditation on his feet is possible only when there is intense love towards him. Because of such intense love for him, the aspirant does not care for his own body and its needs. Thus he loses interest in his own individuality, and hence his ego form is dissolved. It is to be noted here, however, that mere concentration without love cannot bring forth egolessness.
479. Erase your individuality, which cannot have a stand separate from the Lord, who shines as everything, The right definition of supreme devotion, where the blissful peace prevails, is the surrender of the evil, fickle ego self. 480. Offer the self to the Lord, they say. Then whose else is it but His already? Therefore, it is one's duty to repent for having stolen His possession, as I and mine, and to restore it back to His lotus feet.
Sri Muruganar, those who say we should surrender ourselves to the Lord do not have an accurate insight into devotion, prabhakti. Self-surrender would become an endeavor, tapas, only if there were a separate freedom for the jiva to do. Is it not so? But since the so-called jivatma is ever the possession of the Lord, having no freedom of his own, his foremost duty is that being ashamed of his act of stealing by rising as an independent entity, he should merge back into him once for all and become non-existent.
481. There will be no cause for fear for one whose mind abides by the will of the Lord, praying, O Lord, let nothing happen according to my wish, let only thy will be done. 482. Not giving the least room in one's heart, which is having a great love towards attending towards self, the true form of God, to any thought raised by vasanas is the right way of offering oneself to the Lord.
Sadhu Om. These are the words of grace given by Sri Bhagavan in Who Am I? Giving no room at all to the rising of thoughts other than the thought of self, Atma Chintanai, i.e. self-attention, and being firmly established in self is surrendering oneself to the Lord.
483. Giving up all one's wishes through the attitude, thy wish alone is mine, is the state of complete surrender in which the evil ego, the original veiling, the first rising one, is annihilated. Thus should you know. 484. When inwardly inquired, where can the thief exist who has with attachment and desire grabbed as I and mine the possessions, the soul, body, world, and so on of the Supreme Infinite Lord?
Sadhu Om. Since the mind, body, and world rise from self, God, they are described as the possessions of God. This verse and the next explain how self-inquiry and self-surrender result in each other, the result being egolessness.
485. When the ego, losing all its mischievousness, dies in self-abidance, nishtha, by being a prey to the power of Siva, Siva Sakti, and becomes inert like a log, since the bliss ending all miseries is experienced there, only then is self-surrender true. 486. Offering oneself with great devotion to the Lord, who shines as pure self, is just like breaking the toe off the idol of Ganapati, made of sweet jaggery, and offering it to the idol itself.
Michael James. Refer to the story of the Jaggery Ganapati, Sri Muruganar, and Sadhu Om. When even self-surrender, which is so much glorified in dualism as the highest and final form of devotion to God, is thus exposed by Sri Bhagavan in this Upadesa to be meaningless, we should consider of what avail all other forms of worship will be. Therefore, remaining quiet, abiding in self, giving no room to the rising of I, which is the sin of usurping God's possession, is the best of all worships.
487. Unconditionally place your mind at the feet of the Lord, who has Sakti on his left. Then, since the tricky I and mine are dead, the glorious, blissful, supreme self will shine triumphantly.
Michael James. The Lord who has Sakti on his left is a traditional way of referring to Lord Siva.
Chapter 81. The Attitude Towards Enemies. 488. Good people, aspirants, should not with dejection hate enemies even a little, however bad they may be. For even hatred, like desire, is fit to be hated.
Sadhu Om. This verse gives the same upadesa given by Sri Bhagavan in Who Am I? One should not dislike others, no matter how bad they are. It is both likes and dislikes that are to be disliked.
489. Since that this body and the ego, the form of which is I am the body, which is rejected by an aspirant as not I, is the same as that which is ridiculed by his enemies. For an aspirant who wants to destroy the ego himself, the various insults from his enemies are just like an anvil to the goldsmith.
Sadhu Om. An aspirant means one who truly wants to destroy his ego sense. He and his ego sense are one and the same. Through the paths of both self-surrender and self-inquiry, what he rejects or hates is the ego or himself. Since those, his enemies, who hate or scold him, are also doing the same, they are pointed out here to be great helpers in his project. This is explained by the example of a goldsmith and his anvil. Because the anvil is resisting from below each of his hammer blows, the goldsmith is able to shape his metal properly. If the anvil is soft, all the efforts of the goldsmith will be in vain. Similarly, the more appreciation an aspirant receives, the less will be the subsidence of his ego. Thus, rather than his appreciators, his enemies are helping the aspirant in his sadhana.
490. Only that mighty one who has the great valor to conquer hatred by love is a true sage, Muni.
Sri Muruganar. Hatred cannot end hatred was the teaching of Buddha. However, even some spiritual aspirants, on seeing atrocities and thinking that it is their duty to attack the wrongdoers, jump into the matter with anger. To point out that it is not proper for them to do so, this instruction was given.
Chapter 82. The Simplicity of Life. 491. If some men of abundant wealth were to give up willingly a few of their luxurious modes of living, millions of pitifully suffering poor could live. 492. Since the gracious Lord produces the needful food for all creatures only in the needed quantity, if one consumes more than what is needed to sustain life, it is a sin of stealing violently others' food. Thus should you know.
Sri Muruganar. Although this verse mentions only food, it is applicable to all the necessities of life. Whatever one heaps more than necessary is nothing but heaping sins. This is well confirmed by the next verse.
Chapter 83. Chapter concerning the crime of excess. 493. By the crime of excess, even the nectar will become poison. By the crime of excess, many are the evils. Hence one should realize the crime of excess and remove it.
Sri Muruganar. Though it is said that fasting and non-sleep are in a way an aid to spiritual progress, excess of them is certainly harmful. Bhagavad Gita points out, "For he who sleeps more or utterly restrains sleep, and for he who eats more or fasts more, there is no success in yoga." Sri Bhagavan also used to say that more than fasting, sattvic food in moderate quantities is the proper aid for sadhana.
Chapter 84. Humility. 494. One's greatness increases to the extent one becomes humble. The reason why God is supreme to such an extent that the whole universe bows to him is his sublime state of humility in which the deluded ego never rises unknowingly. 495. For a wise aspirant who seeks to gain true greatness, it is best to pay his homage, namaskarams, to others until complete ego-lessness is achieved. On the other hand, it is indeed dangerous for him to accept homage from others.
Sadhu Om. The wise aspirant mentioned here is only he who aims at self-realization. Since the ego subsides by doing namaskarams to others, it is pointed out to be best And since the ego waxes by accepting namaskarams from others, it is pointed out to be indeed dangerous.
496. Is it not on account of his behaving so humbly, like one willingly ever in the service of every creature, that God stands worthy of all the glorious worships ever performed by all the worlds? 497. By his seeing himself in all, by his being humble even to his devotees who bow to everyone, and by his naturally remaining at such a pinnacle of meekness that nothing can be meeker than himself, the state of being supreme has come to the Lord.
Sadhu Om. Through verses 494, 496, and 497, Sri Bhagavan reveals a unique and surprising truth. That is, he explains how God stands worthy of being worshipped by all the worlds. Sri Bhagavan points out here that it is because God is naturally and lovingly humble to everyone in all his own creation. The following incident will prove that Bhagavan Sri Ramana, for this same reason, is none but God himself. A devotee asked Sri Bhagavan, "What is your feeling when hundreds of people come and do pranams to you?" Without hesitation, Sri Bhagavan replied, "First, I do my namaskarams to each one of them as soon as they enter this room, and then only they do so." Subsiding one's ego is the right and real form of doing namaskarams. Do I not have more chances each day to do such namaskarams than anyone who comes here? This reply of his contains a lot of secret and deep meaning to ponder over. The essence of the instruction given here is that being ever humble, without allowing the rising of the ego, is the only way to achieve greatness.
498. Since mind itself is both the minutest, anu, and the biggest, maha, self, the reality which is beyond the mind, is transcendent, atitam. Besides, self is bigger than all that is known as biggest, and minuter than all that is known as minutest.
Sadhu Om refer to the fifth stanza of Atma Vidya Kirtanam, the song on the science of self, in which Sri Bhagavan says that self is the space containing the mind space, which in turn contains the physical space.
499. The hollow and flimsy straw floats high on the surface of the sea, while the heavy pearl lies low at the bottom of the sea. Likewise, though the worthless one is positioned above, he is really low, and though the great one is positioned below, he is never low.
Sadhu Om. The last two lines of this verse are verse 973 of Tirukkural, the third verse in the chapter entitled Greatness. One day, some devotees contrived to send away from the presence of Sri Bhagavan a person who adamantly wanted a seat no less high than that of Sri Bhagavan. Guessing what had happened, Sri Bhagavan at once remarked, pointing his finger above his head, "Oh, you are very happy in driving him away, but what will you do with this one?" Just above the head of Sri Bhagavan, there was a monkey sitting on the branch of a tree stretching its tail towards him. The devotees felt repentant for their mistake. Is not this incident a direct and practical explanation of this verse?
Chapter 85. What is worthy to be done? 500. Worthy to be done is self-inquiry. Worthy to be gained is the glory of self. Worthy to be given up is the ego sense. Worthy to be merged into is one's own source, so that cares and anxieties dies. 501. Worthy to be achieved is true knowledge. Worthy to be contemplated by the mind are the feet of the Lord. Surely, worthy to be joined is the company of sages, satsang. Worthy to have welling up in the heart is bliss.